line, voters can express a preference not only for their first party of choice, but also for any subsequent party they want to favour with their second, third, fourth and subsequent preferences. And below the line, voters can express a preference for individual candidates, and the guidance on the ballot paper will be to vote below the line to number at least 12 boxes in the order of preference from 1 to 12.
The question is that amendment number 2 on sheet JP 109 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question is that amendment number 2 on sheet JP 109 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Fawcett teller for the ayes and Senator McEwen teller for the noes. Order. There being 40 ayes and 18 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. Oh, sorry. It's been a long night. Let me rephrase that. There being 40 ayes and 18 noes, the question is resolved in the affirmative. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Chair. And I seek to continue the scrutiny that is required of these bills, and I hark back to a significant political speech nearly 100 years ago by a very important senator of this place, Senator Gardner, who at the time actually—
Senator O'Neill, just resume your seat. So maybe if those senators that were going to leave the chamber, maybe they could do so. Senator O'Neill.
So Senator Gardner in 1918 was trying to make a point in the similar way that I think that was being undertaken by the opposition this evening, is to draw attention to the fact of the unseemly haste of the government in advancing a deliberate agenda to marginalise the voice of Australian people in the way in which our democracy operates. And I just got up to recounting the point that there was a concern about the nature of debate happening through the middle of the night, and that's indeed what we have seen. So in this last bit of the pre-light hours, I want to indicate that at that time the attempted action was particularly egregious in that it sought to alter electoral law after the issue of the writ for the by-election in the division of Corangamite was achieved. Now, it was for this reason that the Senator Gardner even went so far as to say about the bill that its title should be changed to better reflect what it was attempting to do, and he advocated that it should be called a bill to improve the chances of the National Party at the Corangamite election. And I'm thinking perhaps I should move the amendment to this bill that's before the chamber tonight to change the title to be a bill to improve the chances of larger parties to squash the smaller ones in the Senate election, especially if it ends up being a double dissolution on the 2nd of July, at which this government, in cahoots with the Greens, is attempting to wipe out all the independents who have found their place in this parliament and I think we could say through the contribution of senators tonight, are well and truly able to hold this government to account in language and practices that the Australian people respect, admire and understand. Of course, as a Labor senator, like all of my illustrious colleagues on this side of the chamber, Senator Gardiner was a very astute man. And being the astute man that he was, he made this further observation about the motivation of his political opponents. And I quote, "I have no desire to make it a personal matter. Like most men, guilty conscience that they are doing, like most men, a guilty conscience that they are doing something nefarious, they're anxious to get through with a business that is so distasteful to them that only by suspending the standing orders, but also by depriving honourable senators of the ordinary custom which has always been observed in this parliament, namely reasonable adjournments, so that the business of the Senate may be conducted without danger to the health of any honourable senator." Now I look around and our senators here have withstood the challenge and the task of attending to this chamber through the night on what I will call the longest St Patrick's night of my life. It's still continuing, still members wearing of the green. And it is the Greens who will be responsible, not in the great way that the Irish wear the green proudly. The green badge is a badge of shame for that party after what they've attempted to push through this chamber in this disgusting and grand coalition of the Liberal Party, the National Party and the Greens. It just gets better and better. Here we are in the deep, dark dead of night as a result of this dirty deal by Senator Di Natale, conducting scrutiny of the most fundamental reforms to the Senate voting system in 3 decades. And this is just what the government wants, and the Greens gave it straight to them. As Senator Collins indicated in her earlier remarks, when Mr Kroger had the meeting with Senator Di Natale, he had indeed thought that all his Christmases had come at once. This is an issue of concern, and some may indeed, as the gentleman in the chamber observing the process, may wonder why the minor party vote is increasing in Australia. And this sort of practice is a perfect example. Tonight we've got a government perpetuating a great fraud on the Australian people, aided and abetted by the Greens party. No wonder they wanted to have us stuck here trying to conduct the committee process to provide some actual scrutiny of this piece of legislation into a nocturnal environment better suited to the precious leadbeater's possum that the Greens constantly speak about in this chamber, rather than to conduct the proper processes of the legislature and enable full scrutiny, timely discussion. Instead, we've seen them preside over this chaotic presentation of significant legislative reform which is constructed only to their own advantage and the disadvantage of Australians. What Senator Gardiner knew in 1918 is just as true nearly 100 years later. A devious government will push to the extremes of decency to advance a deceitful and duplicitous agenda. And Senator Di Natale and his team are right on board. We've heard much in this place about the allegedly great 2014 report of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters that apparently precipitated this bill and how magnificent and wonderful it was. It's been so lauded that I will not be surprised to learn it's been awarded a Nobel Prize for Literature in the next year. If the recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters were so good and this legislation was so important, then why did we not see it straight on the heels of the 2014 report? We didn't see it then because it wasn't to their advantage at that point of time. We've seen it now. The government planned plenty of time to legislate or attempt to legislate for the $100,000 degrees. They found time for that. They didn't find time for the Joint Standing Committee's electoral matters until now. They found time to allow multinational companies to get away with less scrutiny on their tax affairs, amongst many other aberrant pieces of legislation that are presented to this parliament in 2014 and 2015. And in many of those most egregious deals, they indicated the preliminary relationship that was established with the Greens, which has come to full fruition. They should have a new status on Facebook, a new relationship status. The Greens are now in a formal and wonderful relationship. Formalise the coalition. Be honest with the Australian people. Tell them that you are with this government, that you're going to allow them to do, as Senator Sterle has said, to cut penalty rates, to go through and take away the opportunities for people to access health care based on Medicare rather than their credit card. The grand coalition of the Greens, the Nationals and the Liberal Party. Yet this government, forcing this legislation through in this unseemly way, could not find time to draft a bill to give effect to the most fundamental changes in Senate voting in 30 years, until just a handful of weeks before it wants to call the dirty double dissolution. Coincidence? Hardly. Senator Gardner was up and down in the Senate for 12 hours nearly 100 years ago, from 10:30 p.m. that night until well after the sun rose the next day, and I suspect that we may continue in the same vein. I'm not quite sure. I haven't been outside of the chamber. It was dark when I came in. Maybe the sun's risen now, but the sun is not rising on a joyous day for the nation. The sun is rising on a dirty deal that's being pushed through by this government. In response to one senator complaining that he was trying to starve his colleagues, he said that since the minister appears to had, and I quote, adopted the most unusual attitude of refusing to adjourn for breakfast, I appeal to the real leader of the Senate to grant the usual breakfast adjournment, even if it be for only 10 minutes. Now, the resolution that establishes the sitting hours tonight states that the Senate shall adjourn after a motion for the adjournment is moved by a minister. In the same spirit as the suggestion Senator Gardner made, I note that Senator Cormann, the real leader of the Senate, has the option to move the adjournment and allow us all to go home or to have a shower or to have breakfast or to do some version of normality that would allow the mental health and well-being of all participants in this chamber, although I do have to question the kind of attitude to life that would allow those in the government to push this process through and indeed to bring this piece of legislation to the chamber. But Senator Gardner made that suggestion, and Senator Cormann, you could, as the real leader of the Senate, move that an adjournment be allowed and we all have a little break and we could return without such unseemly haste to this piece of legislation in May. Give it its full and proper consideration. Provide an opportunity for Australians who are waking up this morning, perhaps with their interest now piqued about what's going on here, to actually get across the detail of the dastardly deal that you are trying to perpetrate. The problem with what is going on here is that we have a senator who has spent most of this evening repeating trite responses to serious questions that required a decent and proper answer. Senators Collins, Senator Carr, Senator Conroy, Senator Muir, Senator Lambie, Senator Day all asked one critically vital question that would help people understand what's going on, what's being proposed. What does it mean? What does it mean, this change that you've brought in? Will it mean that any political party can put out advertising that says, vote one? Is that legal or illegal? We still have not been able to get a decent and transparent answer on that question from the minister responsible for this piece of legislation. We've given him plenty of hours. We've given him plenty of hours to do it, but regardless, he simply is unable to answer the question or unwilling to answer the question because he doesn't want the truth to be revealed. As long as there are matters of scrutiny in this bill and in other legislation, Labor senators will continue to stand, to perform the role of holding this government to account, and that is why, at 5:45 in the morning, we continue our fight for a little bit of scrutiny of this shameful and dirty deal.
The question is, Minister. Minister.
We are still, of course, dealing with government amendments, which all are designed to introduce a form of optional preferential voting below the line. And I seek leave to move Government Amendments 3 to 9 on sheet JP 109 together.
Is leave granted?
I move the third Government Amendment on sheet JP 109.
The question is that Amendment 3 on sheet JP 109 be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the ayes have it. I heard one voice. I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. question is that amendment number 3 on sheet JP 109 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Fawcett teller for the ayes and Senator McEwen teller for the noes. Order. There being 40 ayes and 18 noes, the question is resolved in the affirmative. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I move Government Amendment number 4 on sheet JP 109.
Senator Cameron.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy President. I just want to go back to an issue that Senator Wong raised in relation to this voting below the line. And this was an analysis that was done by Ross Gittins, and the one I have was reported in the Canberra Times on the 29th of February. And what Mr Gittins is saying in relation to this issue, I did mention this myself in a contribution I made earlier, that if this bill was passed, it would make life a lot easier for lobbyists. They'd have a much smaller list of Senate parties to get around in both senses, he argues. He says, another fear about Turnbull's voting change, and I'm just quoting, being supported by the Greens and Nick Xenophon, but opposed by everyone else in the Senate, is that it will lead to a decline in political competition by raising the barriers to entry by other newly emerging parties. Well, I think that's clear that that's the purpose of this bill. It's to consolidate those who are here in this Senate, and to ensure that no other emerging parties could challenge the Greens in relation to the position they have at the moment. They have basically made sure that no other progressive parties would ever have a chance of getting into the Senate. But then Ross Gittins goes on to say that the Nobel Prize-winning economist Kenneth Arrow first came to prominence with his impossibility theorem. He goes on to say he proved mathematically that when voters have to choose between 3 or more options, no system of ranking their preferences can produce a single indisputably best order of precedence. It says, that is, there's plenty of room for argument over which voting system, while not being perfect, is better than the others. Now, in relation to this mathematically proved theory, that if you have to choose between 3 or more options, no system of ranking the preferences can produce a single, indisputably best order of precedence. There has been questions asked about how we actually came to move from the current system to one where you do 6 on the top line and 12 on the bottom line. The Minister, have you actually had a look at this Kenneth Arrow theorem, and was it discussed when you came to the view that the numbers you would put in both at above line and bottom line voting? Was there any discussion about this? Was there any advice given on this, and how did you come to the conclusion that what you were putting was the best way forward?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. As I've already indicated to Senator Wong, we, of course, considered the initial recommendation of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, which was that we should require voters voting below the line to vote for at least the number of candidates required to fill the number of available vacancies, which in a half-cent election would be 6, in a double dissolution election would be 12, and in a territory Senate election would be 2. That was the recommendation which was put forward by the original Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters interim report back in May 2014, and indeed that was the position that was then very strongly advocated by people like Mr. Gary Gray, the then Shadow Special Minister of State, and the former Labor Special Minister of State, then Senator John Faulkner. The government consulted in relation to the number that was recommended by that committee in relation to voting below the line, and the position that was put to us is that to just ask people to vote for the number of vacancies would not allow for an adequate distribution of preferences, and that this would actually end up inappropriately disadvantaging minor parties. And so we have taken that on board. We also considered the relevant submissions that were made to the JSCAM inquiry into this bill a couple of weeks ago, and of course the JSCAM committee then made the recommendation that the government should consider a further amendment to our reform proposal to provide for a form of optional preferential voting below the line, which involves providing guidance to voters that to vote below the line they need to number at least 12 boxes in order of their preference from 1 to 12. Now, I'm aware of Mr. Gitten's piece. I read it at the time. He's entitled to his opinion. I disagree with him, and I don't agree with any of the propositions that he's putting forward in that particular piece, but that's okay. We live in a democracy, and he's entitled to his opinion.
Senator Cameron.
Yeah, thanks. Minister, I'm just wondering, when the government suddenly came to the conclusion that it had to do something with voting below the line as contained in the amendments here, given that you have argued that there was an extensive period of negotiations prior to the current round of negotiations and consultations, can you explain to me why this issue wasn't picked up when you drafted your original bill, and why you had to end up coming with amendments, even though you argue there had been an extensive period of consultation prior to the short period of consultation that was allowed on this bill?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. For those listening to this debate, the interesting thing is that we're now going back to the line of questioning that Senator Collins started with at 5:30 p.m. Yesterday. So we're actually now going back to what we were being asked about at 5:30 p.m. yesterday. Just for the benefit of the Chamber and in an abundance of helpfulness, let me just quickly recap. So the government put forward what we judged was the best possible reform proposal when we introduced the legislation into the House of Representatives on the 22nd of February. But in relation to below-the-line voting, our initial thinking was that given that we have compulsory voting in the House of Representatives, where people voting in the House of Representatives are required, when voting for individual candidates, to fill every single box, that in order to keep a level of consistency, that it was appropriate to provide for compulsory, like full preferential voting when voting for candidates in the Senate, which the vote below the line is as well. Now, we did have in our original proposal a proposition to improve and to relax somewhat the savings provision below the line by increasing the number of allowable mistakes in sequence below the line from 3 to 5, the effect of which would have been, compared to what, assessing what happened at the last election, if that had been in place at the last election, the number of informal votes would have been reduced from less than 2% to less than 1%. So we thought that that was a reasonable proposition. Though, after having introduced the bill, after having sent it to the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters Committee for Inquiry, obviously a range of submissions identified what was perceived to be an asymmetry between the reform to voting above the line with what was proposed to be done below the line. The government carefully considered these arguments. We had discussions with the Labour Party through your then shadow minister. We had discussions with the Greens, we had discussions with others, and we made a judgment as to what would be an appropriate, we made a judgment on balance as to what would be an appropriate number in terms of the guidance that should be provided to voters when voting for the Senate below the line. And I guess because it's at least 6 boxes above the line, there was a view that there was a good symmetry by asking for at least 12 below the line. 6 above the line, 12 below the line. 6 above the line, 12 below the line. It seemed like to sort of align quite nicely, and it was more than the number of vacancies at any half Senate election, and it was certainly it was double, of course, the number of preferences that would at least be required to be indicated when voting above the line. Now, you can have a different view. I note that all parties represented in the Senate, with the exception of the Australian Labor Party, have supported the government's proposal in relation to below-the-line optional preferential voting. The Labor Party is entitled to have a different view, but the government takes a lot of comfort from the fact that every single party represented in the Senate, with the exception of the Australian Labor Party, actually is supporting the government's approach to below-the-line optional preferential voting.
Senator Cameron.
Thanks. Well, I must say that doesn't explain why, when we are being told that there had been this extensive period of consultation prior to the current round of consultation, that this issue of symmetry or asymmetry was never recognised. Surely, if you get all these experts that you are consulting with, the issue of symmetry didn't take 2 to 3 years to find out. And I think the reality is this has got nothing to do with symmetry or asymmetry. It's simply about trying to come up with a deal between the Greens and the coalition that would lock out other progressive parties ever having an opportunity to come to this place and actually have a different point of view from a left perspective to the Greens party. And that suits the coalition. It suits the coalition because, as Ross Gittins indicated in the article, it really is about the left-leaning, and I'm quoting, the left-leaning Greens and centrist Xenophon party are happy to give the coalition what it wants. It's a fair bet. That's because the deal leaves room for their comfortable survival while raising the drawbridge against the emergence of new rivals of either leaning. So Ross Gittins has got it. We agree that that's what this is all about. That's why we are concerned about this argument that this bill is about democracy and this clause is about symmetry. It's nothing to do with that. It's simply about trying to maximise the coalition in terms of their electoral capacity to either get control of the Senate or block legislation in the Senate. And if you look at the issues that Senator Cormann championed in the 2014-15 budget, we know that these are the issues that Senator Cormann would want to bring back. He has never walked away from that 2014-15 budget. Remember the budget where former Treasurer Joe Hockey and Senator Cormann were outside puffing on the Havanas that probably cost more than an unemployed person gets in a week in terms of their payments, sitting on the expensive Havana cigars, celebrating cutting back on the pensions, forcing unemployed youth in this country to survive for 6 months without any payments at all, forcing them in poverty or into charity. That was the type of approach in that budget. A $7 co-payment, $7 co-payment for families. And I remember, it's a long time ago now, but when I had kids, if one of my kids gets sick, my other daughter would get sick, my wife who was looking after them would end up sick, and I would end up sick, so there would be 4 co-payments for many families under the proposal that Senator Cormann was putting forward as part of the 2014-15 budget, that celebratory Havana budget. And I just take the view that this is about not symmetry for this clause. This is really about trying to gain control of the Senate in any way it can. And certainly the way it's gaining control of the Senate is doing a deal with the Greens that Senator Abetz is horrified about. It's creating huge divisions, we know, within the coalition. A divided coalition prior to this, but an even more divided coalition in relation to this bill and clauses like this that are being argued, with this it's about symmetry. Well, symmetry is simply a word if you can't explain what the symmetry will deliver. What will the symmetry deliver? What will it achieve other than just being 6 with 12 or 3 with 6? What else does it achieve? And Mr. Gittins goes on that it was a small initial primary vote that allowed Bob Brown to get known and eventually spread the Greens to all states. The reality is that there will never be another progressive party coming into this place who could do what Bob Brown did, and that is get some national standing and form a party and spread that party to be a reasonable sized party with a capacity to have an influence, good, bad or indifferent, in this place. And this is what it's all about, pulling up the drawbridge, ensuring that no one else can ever get in here to do what Bob Brown did. And Ross Gittins goes on and says, if the indication of preferences becomes optional, meaning many people won't bother, the hurdle facing future Xenophons and Browns will be almost unreachable. They need a primary vote not far short of the quota. And he goes on to say, behavioural economists know that the way you frame a proposition greatly influences how people respond to it. And I quote, Turnbull has framed his thus: if you want to put an end to micro-parties gaming the system and getting people with a primary vote of as little as 0.5% elected support my reforms. That's the threat. That's the argument. But Ross Gittins goes on and says, sorry, non sequitur. You can agree with the first part, as I do, without accepting that Turnbull's solution is the only one or even the best available. And it was clear that this bill was rushed. This bill was rushed because they brought the bill in, they do a very cursory Senate inquiry, not Senate inquiry, a joint inquiry, a cursory inquiry, and then they suddenly find out, with the most cursory of analysis of what's going on, they find out that this bill does not work. It does not work. So I just think this is an absolute nonsense. It's clear what this is all about. Ross Gittins has framed it. Ross Gittins has nailed it. And certainly there's no use asking any more questions on it, because the minister has got absolutely no idea why this has been done.
Senator Rhiannon.
It's just after 6 a.m. We've been in committee for about 12 hours. Now dealing with amendments. I've had a few inquiries. People are waking up and wondering, understandably, where it's all up to. So I think it's worth reminding ourselves, as I think some of us are starting to wake up a bit more as well. We've got a lot. We're dealing with government amendments. In this lot, there's 9 amendments, and we've had 2 votes so far. Now considering and we're now considering the 3rd amendment. Now,
Senator Rhiannon, we're considering amendment number 4.
Number 4. Thank you. I'm happy to take that correction. But the point is here that we're considering something that is very fundamental in terms of the voting process. And specifically at the moment, we're looking at below-the-line voting. This change that we're considering in this amendment is to allow people, when they vote below the line, to vote. The instructions would be to number at least 12 boxes and then as many as they like. Now, this grouping of 9 amendments are all basically the same. But what people are asking is, like, what's going on? Because we've got over 60 amendments. It's 12 hours later. Like, what is going on here? And what's going on is that we need to look at Labor's tactics, because there was a possibility here. The minister has moved twice to consider the amendments, all on the same thing, all on this issue of voting below the line together, and Labor has stopped that. Now, for those who just heard the speech from Senator Cameron, it was really a rerun of the speeches that we've been hearing all night. Very generalist, that they're not moving on to the detail. Fair enough, they're able to address the issue as they wish, obviously. But on this specific, and again, happy to acknowledge the interjections. But again, we need to remind ourselves, and I think it's very informative for those who are now starting to tune in, that all parties in this Senate, apart from the Labor Party, support these amendments 1 to 12. And we know that there is wide public support. Even when we were in the inquiry, and Senator Collins would have heard this, I think it was Professor George Williams, described how he goes to the polling booth, he had his young daughter with him. He would have liked to have voted below the line, but like the thought of having to fill in every box when it's about 100 candidates there that would need to be numbered, he just doesn't have the time. Many people just do not do that. We've all heard those stories. So here we have Labor not contributing to the debate in a constructive way. Like, they can vote against it, they can continue to rail against it, but this measure itself is something they should be able to support, because it is clearly democratic, it's clearly needed. And what we're hearing from Labor is that they're running this very, very strong line coming from them, really dishing out blame left, right and centre, particularly on the Greens. The more we hear from them, the prouder I am of our own position. As they try and discredit others who are associated with these forms they themselves are becoming more discredited. Because if you look at this very point here, voting a measure that will allow more people to choose if they vote above the line or below the line, they can't even support that. They are discrediting themselves absolutely on the wrong side of history on this one.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I can't leave that contribution go unchallenged, I'm afraid. We have Senator Rhiannon come in here and say, oh, let's try and explain to people out there what's going on. And then she tries to tell us here that we're on the Third Amendment. No. Now, surely, Senator Rhiannon, if this is so important to you, you would address the amendments, you'd know which amendment we're on, rather than try and give us some trite lecture about how you know better than anybody else and that the Labor Party hasn't been addressing the provisions in the bill. We all know that the answers that we've been getting from the Minister have been inadequate. That's why this process has taken so long. In fact, I would like to coin the most inadequate answer, the answers that senators refer to when they refer to the issues raised by myself, Senator Wong, Senator Muir, Senator Day, Senator Lambie, Senator Carr, Senator Conroy. That area of questioning around whether it would be legal to promote a vote of vote one only, that issue is actually the Rhiannon question. This is the question that Senator Rhiannon asked the AEC in the committee inquiry, and the AEC said to Senator Rhiannon, that's a question for the government. We would have needed the department to answer a question of policy of that nature. Now, we've already seen that Senator Cormann misrepresented the committee inquiry. I had to point out to the chamber the Hansard record of that discussion, because he pretended that the AEC had actually attempted to answer that question, which was simply false. So for you to come in here and lecture us at this hour and not even be on the right amendment is just a joke.
Question is that amendment number 4 on sheet JP 109 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question is that amendment number 4 on sheet JP 109 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Smith teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart teller for the noes. Order. There being 40 ayes and 18 noes, the question is resolved in the affirmative. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I seek leave to move Government Amendments 5 to 9 on sheet JP 109 together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move those Government Amendments.
The question is that Government Amendments 5 to 9 on sheet JP 109 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. For 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that amendments 4 to 9 on sheet JP 109 be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Smith teller for the ayes and Senator Urquhart teller for the noes. Order. There being 40 ayes and 18 noes, the question is resolved in the affirmative. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I move the opposition amendment on sheet 7859. Before I address that, because Senator Rhiannon seems to think that commentary about how we're proceeding is the order of the day, and of course hers isn't particularly accurate, I'll indicate, given some of the nature of the interjections that occurred during that last division, that as an example of how we're proceeding in a way dealing with the substantive matters in this bill, Labor didn't believe it was appropriate or necessary to pull out of the previous discussion amendments such as Amendment number 6, which is simply to Schedule 1, items 26, 27, page 7, lines 16 to 21, omit the items and substitute with 26, section 270, repeal the section. Now, the accusations that have been occurring during this debate about how the time wasting and the like has been occurring, we've made our points in relation to those opposition amendments, and we're more than happy to move on to our first significant amendment. Now, this amendment will delay the commencement of the bill until the 19th of July 2016. Demonstrates to the Minister that it is possible to be very clear about when the provisions of the bill will first apply, and then he could, hypothetically, have been far more clear with us about when and how an advertising campaign might occur, when it could commence. It would give the AEC the certainty that they need. But of course, the one thing it wouldn't give the government their policy rationale, which is to run a double D. So, whilst the Minister in the earlier discussion attempted disingenuously to argue that the issue of a double D and the provisions in this bill were independent, anyone following this debate knows otherwise. Except, of course, the Greens that cottoned on a little bit too late. But I'll come to that in a moment. So, setting a clear commencement date of the 19th of July is important because it will prevent the government from using this legislation as part of its plan to hold a double dissolution election. The tandem benefit, though, is that it will also provide the AEC with sufficient time and certainty as to when these provisions should apply. So on the first point, it will frustrate the Liberal Party's undemocratic plan to wipe out the crossbench and will save the careers of several Green senators. Under the Constitution, the latest date the Prime Minister can ask the Governor-General to simultaneously dissolve the House and the Senate for a double dissolution election is the 11th of May, the day after the budget is delivered, although there's obviously been lots of discussion and hypotheses about when we might see a budget from this chaotic government. Now, the simultaneous dissolution of the Houses is the first step in the double dissolution process. Under the Electoral Act, polling day cannot be held any later than 68 days after the Parliament is dissolved. Presuming the Prime Minister asks the Governor-General to dissolve the Parliament on the 11th of May, the latest date polling day can occur is therefore the 18th of July. Albeit polling day would have to be a little closer, as the election day must be held on a Saturday. So if the Senate, including the Green Party, joins with Labor to delay the commencement of this legislation until the 19th of July, the government will be deprived of the ability to use this legislation as part of its plan to call a double dissolution. So when the Greens seek to delay commencement, their date is, of course, as we know, the 2nd of July. And the point I've made previously is that's a half measure, because we know there are 3 more Saturdays available. Now, the only people who will benefit from a double dissolution election are the Conservative politicians sitting on the other side of the chamber. Senator Cormann is going around the press gallery telling journalists that he has conned Senator Di Natale into thinking this deal is in his best interests, and that once the Greens have been suckered into voting for this legislation, the government will have the keys to a double dissolution trigger.
Point of order.
Point of order, Chair. Like Senator Collins is misleading the chamber. I've never made any such comment to anybody, not to a journalist and to nobody else. This is a straight-out lie.
There's no point of order. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair, and I would like you to ask Senator Cormann to withdraw that statement that it is an outright lie.
Minister, I think it would assist the chamber if that. Okay. Well, as I understand it, Minister, you have not directly accused Senator Collins of lying, but I think if we could just, keep, let's keep to the facts. Senator Collins.
Yes. We can see that Senator Cormann is again being disingenuous here. Now, he may not have heard the stories around the way the government is peddling this within the press gallery, but I certainly have. I certainly have. Now, whether it's accurate or not is something that you are open to challenge, but what you cannot do is accuse me of lying. That is unparliamentary and should have been withdrawn, and that it hasn't been is a very poor reflection on both the minister and the government, but certainly the leader sitting here going, yes! I mean, you all should know better. This leader of the government has been challenged in the chamber on several occasions to withdraw. We know he likes to play tricky, but all of this, of course, is a side issue. Let me get to the point. Why is a double dissolution election so appealing to the government? I know this hurts, but let's get to the point. Because it helps the coalition gain control of the Senate, either on its own or in conjunction with Senator Xenophon. A double dissolution using these new voting laws will wipe out the Senate crossbench other than Senator Xenophon. Will also wipe out several Green senators, principally Senator Hanson-Young and Senator Sims, with Senator Seward and Senator Waters and Senator Rice also at risk of losing their seats. Now, respected electoral analyst Anthony Green gave evidence to JSCM that a double D held under these new voting laws would reasonably be expected to return 6 coalition senators in each state, which, together with the 2 senators they are guaranteed to elect in each of the territories, would give them a blocking majority of 38. This is not a myth. I know the Greens are in denial on this, but this is not a myth. And after a double dissolution election, the Conservatives will be empowered to ram their draconian legislative agenda through the parliament, and there's nothing the non-government parties in the Senate will be able to do about it. And this, as we've said before, includes the harshest elements of Tony Abbott's 2014 budget. The measures the Greens themselves are opposed to, they are facilitating a return. The measures the Greens have spent many hours in this place highlighting as draconian, as we've seen the pretence of the working-class hero in GQ recently. The Greens, again, are talking about these issues, not just Senator Rhiannon, with a forked tongue. Now, we will also see the abolition of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, which is already a double dissolution trigger. If the Liberals are re-elected at a double dissolution and the legislation to abolish the Clean Energy Finance Corporation is rammed through the parliament, the Australian people will have Senator Di Natale and the Greens to thank for it. Likewise, the ABCC legislation and the Fair Work Registered Organisations legislation will be rammed through the parliament at a joint sitting. Anti-worker, anti-union legislation produced by Senator Abetz and the rabid right wing of the Liberal Party, brought to you by the Australian Greens. Now, the only out the Australian Greens have to this is if they have an agreement with the government that they're not talking about. We've seen the farce of both Senator Di Natale and Senator Rhiannon misrepresent the agreement that the Greens had with the Labor government. Shame. We've seen them try and claim that it guaranteed things it never did.
Shame.
But what I need to remind senators here is that in this case, Senator Di Natale trots here and proudly tells us there's nothing in writing. There's nothing in writing. What a joke. Is it any wonder that people out there are saying, well, we are really worried about the Clean Energy Finance Corporation? People are surmising that there's a side deal that the Greens have got on that, a side deal by backroom operators, the very people they stand here and criticise as if they're not them themselves. But no, we don't know whether there's a side deal on the Clean Energy Finance Corporation. There's no guarantees that its abolishment won't be part of a double dissolution election brought to you by the Australian Greens. Now, we've also heard discussion today. Well, it is one day in Senate time. I should advise anyone listening here, but in real time it was yesterday. But we've heard much discussion about why is this happening. People have surmised that Senator Rhiannon is deliberately throwing her colleagues under the bus for her own personal interests. So why are the Greens voting for a deal which is so clearly against their interests beyond Senator Rhiannon? Well, we know that Senator Rhiannon is driving this, even though Michael Kroger tells us that she's still one of the extreme ones. Remember, Senator Rhiannon's the extreme, and our black wiggle, he's the modern, new-age, working-class hero. Just remember that. Forget about the shoes, forget about the modelling of clothes, just remember, he's the working-class hero. But why are they doing that? Well, let's look at Senator Rhiannon's prospects. She knows that her prospects of being re-elected at an ordinary half-Senate election are grim. She knows that from hard past experience. The Greens failed to win a Senate seat in New South Wales at the 2013 federal election. If these results were repeated at a half-Senate election later this year, Senator Rhiannon would lose her seat. Now, it's been rumoured that the Greens' results in New South Wales in the 2013 year election were caused by a poor campaign and an exceptionally poor candidate. Well, regardless, Senator Rhiannon knows her best chance of being re-elected, possibly her only chance, is to engineer a double dissolution election. A double dissolution election, her quota will be halved and she is more likely to be returned. Compare that to the prospects of her South Australian colleagues, who will face the Nick Xenophon factor. She is throwing her colleagues under a bus. There is no chance that both Senator Hanson-Young and Senator Sims will both be re-elected at a double dissolution. One of them will lose their seats, and it could be both of them we will be looking at needing to find a new job. Now, Senator Rhiannon knows this, but she doesn't care. Both Senator Hanson-Young and Senator Sims could well be collateral damage to this mystical deal where we can't understand why the Greens have been, as suggested, conned by this government into believing it's in their interests. Why would it be in their interests, as the unions have argued, to give the government balance of power either in their own right or with Senator Xenophon in the Senate? The unions know Senator Xenophon's policies on things like penalty rates. That's why they're scared stiff. They know what happened under work choice. They know the measures that were in the 2014 budget. It's pretty easy to understand why they are campaigning against this deal and putting pressure on the Greens. But what's the Greens' response to that? It's just simply to dig in and whinge. And whinge. How dare people challenge the working-class hero, Dr. Senator Di Natale? How dare they challenge him? Because, as Michael Kroger has already told us, he's the sensitive New Age senator. He's not the extremist. Well, I say give me Bob Brown any day. I agree with Senator Cameron. I agree that Bob Brown was a far more principled operator in this place than the complaining, how dare you challenge me, Senator Di Natale, who Michael Kroger believes—
Thank you, Senator Collins. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The government will be opposing. Sorry. The government will be opposing this amendment. The Greens' amendments on sheet 7882 propose appropriate arrangements for the commencement of the bill that the government will support. Those Greens' amendments will ensure that the Australian Electoral Commission has enough time to implement the measures contained in this bill before an election, with a polling day after 1 July 2016. This is consistent with the evidence provided by the Australian Electoral Commissioner at the recent inquiry into this bill by the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, that he would require about 3 months to implement the reforms in this bill.
Senator Wong.
Thank you, Chair. I also rise to speak on this amendment, and I note the minister's answer. I did jump, but obviously he wanted to respond, but he may wish to respond to this. And I want to focus on the double dissolution timing that this amendment seeks to avoid. Senator Di Natale, I think earlier in the night, said, "Oh, well, why are you so scared of an election?" I'm not scared of an election. I've been in a few national campaigns, won some, lost some. That's life. But no, would you like to make a contribution, Senator Sims, or can I speak?
Senator Sims,
can I?
Don't play.
I'm actually trying to talk about the amendment, and you're. Well, that's actually not true if you look at my contributions.
Order. I remind the chamber that interjections are disorderly.
I know they're getting tired and emotional, but
Senator Wong.
well, I want to go back. I want to go back to the point. I want to go back to this issue of a double dissolution election.
I remind the chamber that interjections are disorderly and senators are entitled to be heard in silence. Senator Wong.
Thank you. So I want to focus on why it is that we are concerned about a double dissolution, because unlike the Australian Greens, we actually don't think giving a coalition government the keys to a double dissolution is a progressive thing to do. It's nothing to do with courage. It's about whether or not it's a progressive thing to do. And I want to focus on the two triggers that they already have. So we know that this government already has two double dissolution triggers, and both of them are deeply conservative pieces of legislation. They are the registered organisations legislation, which is anti-worker legislation, and they are the abolition of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, a body set up by the Gillard government. The Australian Greens joined with Labor, quite rightly, to ensure, and sufficient at the crossbench, to ensure that the government's ideologically driven plan to abolish the Clean Energy Finance Corporation could not be implemented. Let us understand what this legislation that is before the Senate would enable. It would enable this government to go to a double dissolution election with the new Senate voting rules, which is what they want. It would give them the keys to that, and in doing so would risk the abolition of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and the passage of the registered organisations legislation at a joint sitting. So the Australian Greens have a choice here tonight, or this morning. They have a choice as to whether or not, even leaving aside all of the arguments about the content of this legislation, leaving aside all of the policy arguments about the way, whether or not the intent of this legislation is appropriate, leaving aside all the technical arguments as to whether, in fact, it essentially delivers a system where 75% of the vote gets 100% of the outcome. Leaving aside all of those matters, there is a very focused single point here. Do the Australian Greens want to protect the Clean Energy Finance Corporation or not? That's the point. Because what our amendment does is ensures this government cannot take that to a joint sitting post a double dissolution should they win. So it's about protecting that entity and ensuring also that any other legislation that this government is able to attain a trigger on is also not presented to a joint sitting, where, of course, given the numbers between the houses, it would get passed. So if the Australian Greens are serious about the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, if they're serious about opposing the anti-worker legislation, one of which there's already a trigger, or the ABCC legislation, which the government, I'm sure, will try and get a trigger on, in fact some have argued already have, then they would support this amendment. Now, the government responded opposing this amendment. Of course they would, because they see the chance. They get the keys to a double dissolution, and they get the opportunity, should they win at a joint sitting, to pass the right-wing legislation that they want to, that the Senate so far has prevented them from doing so. The government says, well, we don't like this, but what we like is the Greens amendment number, I think is 7882. Now, 7882 is a very interesting amendment from Senator Rhiannon, which, you know, she may well say, well, I've done a really good job, I've got a new start date. Well, she's got a very first, and when we get to this, I will put this to the minister. We think this is a very legally questionable amendment. It ensures that the Act is internally inconsistent as between commencement date and application date. So that is, I think, legally problematic, and I would like to understand how that works. I'll put the minister on notice. I'll be asking him to provide the legal advice as to the efficacy of that and the validity of that. But leaving that one to one side, even if Senator Rhiannon's questionable amendment is appropriate, I mean, what she's doing is ensuring an effective start date of the 1st of July. It just happens to be the day before the first double D could be held. It's no protection at all. It's no protection at all for the Clean Energy Finance Corporation or the corporations or the trade unions and their members, who are the target of this government, and the target of the legislation which could go to a joint sitting. So when the Australian Greens talk about how much they have defended clean energy in this country, well, they have a test now. Will they support Labor on this amendment, which ensures that for the purposes of this election, this legislation, the keys to the Turnbull double dissolution, could not be utilised for the purposes of abolishing the Clean Energy Finance Corporation? And if they fail to do so, they ought to get up and say why. They ought to get up and say why it is that they don't believe the CEFC and the Registered Organisations Bill ought to be prevented. Because I want to again emphasise Labor's amendment on this. The Greens could still pass this bill, still get the policy that they're arguing for. I've put a number of times in this chamber why we think it's the wrong policy. But they could still have that, What it would do is ensure that a returned Turnbull government, should that happen, did not have the tools to abolish the Clean Energy Finance Corporation or pass the anti-worker, anti-union legislation that it has already in its armoury. Now, there's been a lot of discussion about this, and I know the Greens have been part of discussions with representatives of working people, trade unionists and others about this issue. And in fact, many trade unionists, and you can see this in their public statements, both on social media but also in the mainstream media, are appalled that the Greens didn't think this through, are appalled that they didn't think through a start date so as to ensure, whatever one's views about voting changes, that the Greens did not think through a start date that would not give Mr Turnbull the capacity to abolish the CFC, to pass the Registered Organisations Bill and to pass the Australian Building and Construction Commission Bill. Why did you not think of that? If you're going down this path, walking in lockstep with a coalition, with a Conservative government, you reckon you mightn't have thought what they might want to do with this? You reckon you might not have thought about it? I mean, they've made their position very clear on these issues. This government wants to destroy the trade union movement, and that's not new. It's not a new thing, is it? I mean, Conservative governments have always wanted to do that. Howard wanted to do that, tried to do it for years, and this government is doing so. And part of why they have not been able to has been that the Senate has prevented some of the institutional attacks that are contained in the legislation that I've described. So I join with many people in the Labor movement, many people in the trade union movement, who are appalled but also astonished that the Greens could be so naive as to walk into a situation where they hand to a Liberal National Party government, here are the keys to a double dissolution, and we're not going to put any protections in case you are returned, to ensure you can't do these things to working people and their representatives, or to the abolition of the CEFC. It is, frankly, at best naive in the extreme, at worst a betrayal of working people and trade unions, and a betrayal of those principles of sustainability that the Greens tell us they hold so dear. Now, I've been in this debate on clean energy and climate for a very long time. In fact, I think Senator Cormann's complaining about how long we've been here. I think he was happy to debate the CPRS, well, commenting on it. I'm happy to rephrase if he feels upset by complaining. I think the CPRS was in excess of 60 hours from memory. He was quite happy to debate a carbon price for that long. And I will say, on the CFC, this Senate, the Greens, the Labor Party and sufficient of the crossbench working together have prevented a Conservative government undertaking what is an ideological agenda on that front. The same with the Registered Organisations Bill, and of course also we know the ABCC is coming again. In fact, some argue, I've seen, as I said, some legal argument, looked peculiarly like Senator Brandis, but anyway, some suggestion in the papers that they already have a trigger on the ABCC. And so I think progressive people around this country are entitled to an explanation by the Australian Greens as to why they agreed to a start date that gave this opportunity to this government. I think people are entitled to that explanation. I'd say to the Greens again, you have the opportunity to ensure that tonight, this morning. You protect the CFC, you ensure the ABCC cannot be passed, and you ensure the registered organisations be passed. Without prejudice to your deal with the government, as does voting reform, you get the policy, but you have the opportunity, if you support this amendment, to ensure that those entities are protected.
Thank you, Senator Wong. Senator Rhiannon.
Thank you, Chair.
Order. Order. Senator Rhiannon, you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. This amendment from the opposition is actually another stunt. We've seen here Senator Wong presented in an apparently very responsible way, but when you look into the details of it, it just starts to fall away, what she's making out. Now, this amendment would, if passed, would extend the implementation until the 19th of July this year. Now, there is no reason for that extension. The Australian Electoral Commission have given advice that, that they need 3 months. And that is what is set out at the moment. And we'll come to the amendment later on about July 1, the Greens amendment, and that gives just approximately 3 months. That's what we've heard time and time again is what is needed. And that clearly we need to have this legislation in place as quickly as possible. We're about to pass it. The AEC needs 3 months, and then it should be ready to go. This needs to be in place for the next election. But again, we know that the Labor have deserted addressing democratic reforms. But in the context of Senator Wong's comments, we also need to address this issue about the double dissolution, because this is where you really see that Labor and we're just in the interjections, I thought it was interesting to note that Senator Wong again suddenly remembers that she's supposed to be fighting the government here, the Turnbull government. What have they been doing for days and days and days? And amping it up every time. Like Team B came in this morning and it was a little bit off message at times. Team C, thank you. Team C came in this morning, and yes, in the early hours of the morning it gets tough for all of us, but seriously, it was a real further setback for Labor. But within that context, really ramping it up about the Greens, not a mention about the coalition, just hammer, hammer, hammer. Now, they go on that we're causing, that we could be the cause of a double dissolution. A double D can be called at any time. You know that. We know that. So trying to get out there with the public, particularly with unions, really making out that we're the dastardly ones. Yeah, and happy to acknowledge Senator Cameron at this point, because I was now going to move on to the ABCC, because this is part of the scare tactics. Senate voting reform's terrible, and they're opening it up to the ABCC, and they're opening it up to a double dissolution. So let's look at the ABCC. Certainly a shocking institution that should never have been formed and should have been abolished immediately. So worth going into some of the history. The ABCC comes in when, under the Howard government. Rudd government's elected in 2007. What happens? Labor don't immediately get rid of it. It was actually the Greens. I think it was actually Senator Seward was the first, introduced the first bill to get rid of the ABCC in its entirety. Now, that was what we gave notice of. That bill was done. Why did we do it? Because Labor weren't moving to get rid of the ABCC. Then there's the Labor coup, in comes the Gillard government, and we get the Fair Work Commission, but never did they get rid of every aspect of the ABCC. Senator Cameron knows that, Senator Wong knows that, and all the Labor senators should know that. And then what did they do? What did they do yesterday? Or maybe it's still today, isn't it? What did they do when there was with the vote earlier in the week about the ABCC? Now remember, this is part of this stunt that the Labor engineered when they saw that we were bringing on Senate voting reform, that there was a good chance that these reforms were going to be adopted. Labor came up with all their tactics, and you can sort of divide them into two lots. There's a wedge, trying to wedge us, and then there's been their attempts of blocking. Now, the wedges have been around the ABCC, coal seam gas, marriage equality. They're the three. So, ABCC, what do they do when they try and bring that on for the votes to say, oh, how shocking the Greens are? Or donations. I knew there was a fourth one. There was a fourth one. I'll go through them again. Labor's tactics with their wedges, trying to say, oh, the Greens are so shocking because they're not voting to support their own legislation. We've got an absolutely solid record on those four issues: political donations reform, banning coal seam gas, standing up for marriage equality, and opposition to the ABCC. Clear, solid position. But why has Labor brought those in this week? Not an interest in actually achieving marriage equality. Oh, come on. Well, why did you do it this week? You know why you did it this week. You are disgraceful, Penny.
Order.
Why did you do it this week?
Order.
You did it
Senator
this week.
Rhiannon.
You did it this week, and
Order.
I know you get angry when we talk about
Senator
this
Rhiannon,
issue.
would you resume your seat, please? And when we have silence, we can resume.
About marriage equality. That was the first marriage equality bill. The first marriage equality bill in Australia was introduced by Senator Nick McKim. The second one was introduced in New South Wales by myself. Yes.
Point of order.
But on relevance, we're actually discussing the 7589 on the Commonwealth Electoral Amendment Bill, an opposition amendment. I still haven't heard this senator mention why she's allowing this government the keys to abolish the CEFC.
Okay. Thank you.
That was an attempt to gag an issue around marriage equality, something that flares Senator Wong up more than anything. So she tries to embarrass me by asking me about what I've done about marriage equality. I've got a very proud record in Parliament and in the community. And you've never moved it. Why did you move it this week?
Senator Rhiannon, will you resume your seat? Resume your seat, please. Order. Resume your seat, Senator Rhiannon. We'll resume when we have silence in the chamber. Okay. Order. Order. Senator Rhiannon, resume your seat. Order. Let's silence. Senator. We have another point of order. Minister.
Well, the Leader of the Opposition has now been incessantly interjecting for some time without being called to order by the Chair. I mean, Chair, you need to call Senator Wong to order.
Okay. Order. Senator Rhiannon, you have the call.
Thank you. So to return to the ABCC, really, Labor do not have a record to be proud of. And it's interesting that Senator Cameron's here, because Labor have so often been weak on industrial relations reform in this place. Some people here would remember Section 45D and E, going back introduced in the Fraser years, remove the right to strike. Again, Labor dragged the chain for so long and never actually removed it when they came into power. And again, weakening, yes, the ABCC, part of it was removed but not all of it. And this week, there they were, voting to bring on the debate about the ABCC, running this huge scare campaign with unions that will be responsible, the Greens could be responsible, for bringing back the ABCC. And what do? They vote with the crossbenchers to bring on the debate, despite everything. Oh, come on. So, I mean, very interesting, again, in terms of how this debate is playing out, is stepping up the attacks. Yes, periodically we work with the government, and at the moment we're working. Yeah, because we're working with the government on legislation that will be better for Australia. That is a judgment. You make those judgments, and we're critical of your judgment when you do it. But right now, we can be voting for this legislation and stepping up the campaign to defeat the Turnbull government. But that is not what you're doing. You are not stepping up, and this debate illustrates how bankrupt it is for you, how you are in retreat.
Order. Senator Rhiannon, will you address your remarks to the Chair, please?
Happy to, Chair. And on this, so we're seeing Labor stepping up their attacks on the Greens, not developing the campaign, the very necessary campaign, to defeat the Turnbull government. where the progressive movement should be united in achieving that. It's certainly what the Greens will continue to develop our work, and it's time Labor shifted their own position. And how this debate has played out and how Senator Wong has responded, and in some of the other speeches, you start to get the impression that they're actually worried, terrified of an election. And it really is coming across, and this debate is illustrating it. There is a high level of dysfunction in Labor. This debate. Let's remember what your leader, Mr. Shorten, what Mr. Shorten said. Chair.
Order. I remind the chamber that senators are entitled to be heard in silence. Senator Rhiannon,
Okay.
you have the call.
Thank you, Chair. So, Chair, there's the Leader of the Opposition, Mr. Shorten, not going to repeal this bill. The new Special Minister for State, I haven't been able to find any comment on this very significant piece of legislation that clearly comes under him. We've heard the comments from the former Special Minister for State. We have the comments from the highly respected former Senator Mr Faulkner and many other Labor people. So there is a division within Labor, which certainly drives this perception. Maybe it's real, maybe it's a perception, but certainly there is a perception that there is a growing level of dysfunction within Labor, and they're now getting more concerned about the coming election. An election that the progressive side, should be able to win, because we do need to get rid of the Turnbull government and we need these Senate voting reforms.
Thank you, Senator Rhiannon. Senator Wong.
Thank you. Well, what an interesting contribution, hey? Didn't actually answer my question. Just ducked and weaved, wouldn't answer the question, and I think it was the same speech you gave at 11 o'clock and at 4:30 as well. And you know, I really enjoy, and I'm sure the Labor Party and Labor supporters really enjoy, the Greens lecturing us, Senator Rhiannon, lecturing us, saying the progressive side of politics should be united to achieve the defeat of the Turnbull government as they lie in bed with the coalition on voting reform and on preferences. I mean, really. We already had the Leader of the Australian Greens outed on national television by Michael Kroger saying, yes, we've got a loose arrangement. We've already had that. We've had him in here claiming, oh, no, you know, we're not really, but we've already had Michael Kroger saying, yes, we've got a loose arrangement with the Greens. We've had Senator Di Natale in here, explaining why they're targeting Ms Plibersek and Mr Albanese because they're all so bad. Gee, that's really united progressive side of politics, isn't it? That's really united. Really united, because progressive politics means you should try and take out two of the most progressive people in this parliament who have been involved in social and economic reform for the betterment of working people, for the betterment of the LGBTI community, strong advocates of multiculturalism. People I am proud to call my colleagues. Yes, it is very progressive for you to lie down with the Liberals, work with the Liberals to defeat them. So don't give us a lecture about progressive politicians working together. You are entitled.
Point of order.
The point of order is about relevancy, and also that more than 30% of the time Labor have voted with the coalition. The Greens voted 6%.
That's a debating point, Senator Rhiannon. Resume your seat.
Thank you, Chair.
I remind all senators to remain as relevant to the topic.
Well, I would have been happy to. I'm actually responding directly to the points that the senator raised. I also note that at no point in her answer did she actually give the Labor Party, the chamber, the trade union movement and its members, or Labor supporters, a justification for handing Malcolm Turnbull the keys to a double dissolution which could lead to the abolition of the CEFC, the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, and the passage of anti-worker legislation. She refused to engage with that. What she instead did was decided she was going to call the Labor Party dysfunctional. She decided she wanted to call the Labor Party dysfunctional. I'm interested that Senator Cormann is defending the Greens. You've really got close. No, not at all. And you know me, Senator Cormann, you know me, and you know I will fight very hard at the coming election. You know me. I will fight very hard at the coming election against you and to take votes off you and to win government. Of course we will. But But it is what I'm pointing out is that they are giving you exactly what you want. Now, Senator Rhiannon tried, I think, to say it was a convoluted explanation. Oh, they can go to Double D any time, so it doesn't matter. Well, let's not be naive. Let's not be naive in here. The amendment that the opposition has circulated that we are proposing delays the commencement of the provisions of this bill until the 19th of July. That would prevent the government from relying on this system in a Double D election. The last day the Prime Minister can ask the Governor-General to simultaneously dissolve the House and the Senate for a double dissolution election is the 11th of May. So, therefore, and under the Commonwealth Electoral Act, polling day can't be later than 68 days after the dissolution of the Parliament. That takes you to the 18th of July. So if the legislation doesn't commence until the 19th of July, the government can't use this legislation in a double dissolution, and this is what they need. This is what they want for a double dissolution. So you're saying, oh, well, they can hold it at any time, whilst giving them the keys to the double dissolution, giving them what they want to hold it, and then you refuse to deal with. Well, Senator Whish-Wilson is trying to run a political argument. The keys for a double dissolution election is this legislation. That is the case, and the Greens are refusing to explain to progressive voters across the country why they are risking the abolition of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and the passage of anti-worker legislation. And no amount of huffing and puffing from Senator Lee Rhiannon about how progressive she is, how pro-worker she is and how bad we are, can get around that question, which she has refused to answer. And she might want to lay into me. Fine, that's fine. But the question I'm asking is the one that union officials and members are asking all over the country. Why are you selling them out? And why are you not giving them an explanation as to why you cannot support the 19th of July? And I'll tell you, I'll hazard an answer, and if the senator wants to tell me that this is wrong, she should get up and say it. She can't, because they did a deal without thinking this through. She can't change the start date because they didn't think it through. Mr Bant knows that. Everybody knows in this place that he understands it. Mr Bant knows that. And I'm sure all of you have become appraised of it since. The problem is you didn't think about it, and you cut a deal with Senator Cormann before you'd worked out the dates, and then suddenly you realised, oh my goodness me, oh dear, I've just enabled Mr Turnbull to abolish the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and pass anti-worker legislation at a joint sitting. I mean, come in, spinner. Come in, spinner. I mean, Senator Matthias Cormann couldn't believe his luck, I'm sure. You didn't even put a start date. He didn't put a start date. Did you even ask them to give a commitment? I wouldn't believe it. But did you ask them to give any commitment, should they win, about what would go to a joint sitting? No amount of personal attack on me or the Labor Party gets away. Well, no, but fine. I'm up for an argy-bargy. I get that. All right, I get there's argy-bargy in this chamber. But I'm saying to you, no amount of an argy-bargy here gets you out of that question, and you're not answering it.
Good. Senator Di Natale.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, let me say I think Senator Rhiannon did a very good job of answering that question. But I'll just perhaps I can address the question in a different way. So the key thing is this: if you believe in these reforms, and clearly the Labor Party don't, I think, although they did. And I think half of them still do, and I think Gary Gray does, and he's sad at what Labor's doing now, and I understand that a number of people aren't actually here in the chamber. But that all said, no. That said, we accept that at least those present don't support these reforms. Of course we accept that. It's really important to remember, though, that we believe in these reforms. We believe that voters should be able to determine where their preferences go. Now, I get that we have different views on that. So when you actually believe that a reform like this is good for democracy and needs to be in place in an election, why would you say, let's have an election under a dodgy set of rules and then we'll fix it after that election and then we'll fix it later? Why would you say that? You wouldn't. If you believe in these reforms, what you are saying to the Australian people is, we think this is important for democracy and it should be in place at the next election. So the whole premise of your argument is starting from the wrong place. We believe in these reforms. We think they are good for democracy and they need to be in place at the next election, whenever that is. Now, again, let's talk about the start date. Let's talk about the start date. Now, the start date was put there with the sole purpose of ensuring that the Australian Electoral Commission is ready when these reforms are done. That is what that start date is there for, to ensure that the Australian Electoral Commission has the 3 months that they need to ensure that they are prepared to conduct the election fairly. So that's the simple answer. That is the reason that we have a start date at that point, and we have said that whenever the next election is, we want these reforms in place, knowing all the while that if the government wants to go to a double dissolution under the current system, which we think is flawed, they have the capacity to do so. And as Senator Sims pointed out to me just a moment ago, rather than us handing the keys to the government for a double dissolution, those keys are in the Constitution. The government can go to a double dissolution at any time, should they want. Now, just a couple of other points. I won't keep us much longer. On the issue of the outcome of an election, Senator Wong seems to think she knows what the outcome of the next election in the Senate is going to be. Was it 4 or 5 months out from an election? I've been in a few tight contests, as we've heard before, and I've lost a few. There are people who can't tell you the outcome of the Senate election after the votes have been cast and we're 3 days into the process. I mean, there are people who can't tell you what the outcome is after people have voted. And we've got Senator Wong saying, well, I can tell you 3 or 4 months out what the election result will be. I mean, really? Really? Are we expected to believe that? Utterly remarkable. Utterly remarkable. I also think it's very defeatist. It's an incredibly defeatist attitude. Stand up and show some fight. Stand up and have a bit of courage to take on the government. Show some fight. Have a bit of courage, because at the moment you're rolling over and saying, Order. We have no chance at this election. Well, we don't believe it. We don't buy it. We are fighting hard to make sure that within the Senate we have the numbers to ensure that we get stronger action on climate change, to ensure that we do everything we can to stop treating people who are seeking refuge and asylum in the way we're currently doing it. Just finish with a few notes about the role of the trade union movement, seeing as though Senator Wong made a number of comments about that. Yes, it's true. We're disappointed that the leadership of the ACTU have expressed their point of view. But let me also say this. We have been contacted by many unions. Well, you haven't spoken to all of them, because I can tell you, and I don't want to embarrass them, but there are unions who are very, very disappointed with the actions of the ACTU. Let me also say that we've had members, as well as senior union officials, contacting us, telling us how incredibly disappointed that their union fees have been used in a way that is effectively there to try and support the interests of the Labor Party rather than the interests of ordinary working people. And that's been disappointing, and I think the union movement have clearly got some thinking to do.
Order. Senators are entitled to be heard in silence.
So,
Senator Di Natale, you have the call.
So as I said,
Australian tells you to, Dougie. That'll be the day.
Senator Di Natale, just resume your seat for a second. Senator Di Natale, you have the call.
So, as I said, I think there's clearly a debate going on within the union movement about whether they're there to represent the interests of the Labor Party or ordinary working people. That's clear. Again, just to finish by saying we're very proud that we have the chance now to ensure that we get an orderly transition. That's the reason for the commencement date being the 1st of July, that we get an orderly transition, give the Electoral Commission the opportunity to see these reforms through. But we want these reforms in place whenever the next election is, because we think the current system is flawed. And the sooner they're implemented, the better, and the sooner we all turn our attention to ensuring that we defeat this government's agenda, the better.
Senator Lionhelm.
Thank you, Chair. This amendment is very important. It's essentially about whether or not the government is to have the opportunity to call a double dissolution. There are a couple of other amendments along similar lines, one from Senator Day, one from Senator Muir, and they essentially have the same objective. So I'll only speak to this one, and I think probably the date on this one is the most appropriate date. The question is, who wants a double dissolution? I'm not entirely sure that anybody does. If you take each of the characters, each of the players in this debate, probably the Labor Party has the least to fear from a double dissolution. They say that the coalition might get a majority in the Senate, but that would require 3 seats, winning 6 seats, I should say, in all 6 states. Not possible, not least because of South Australia and the Xenophon team. Just not going to happen, even if they won in the other states, and that's very unlikely, all those 6 seats. So the Labor Party's concerns, I think they are legitimate. They don't want to be dragged to an election early. They don't want to be face the prospect of possible consequences in the Senate that might emerge from a double dissolution. But I think overall they have less than anybody else to be concerned about it. From the crossbench point of view, this argument that a double dissolution will wipe out the crossbench is false, and I'm delighted to see that finally some in the media have started to realise that. There is a very good chance that some on the crossbench will survive, some of the existing crossbench will survive, and some new crossbench senators will also arrive. There's a good chance, in fact, that at least one per state will be elected. There will still be a crossbench. I wouldn't be at all surprised if the crossbench comprised some of the current crossbench that the government would dearly love to see the back of. But let's not go there. Now, the government's perspective on the double dissolution is twofold. One is that if it's going to have a double dissolution and if it wins the election and calls a joint sitting, it might as well make it worthwhile. What has it got? The Clean Energy Finance Corporation, abolition of that. I supported that bill, but I read in the media that they've taken that off the table as part of the deal with the Greens. They don't intend to proceed with that. Registered Organisations Bill is another one, but that the government actually has a new one coming, a better one, which reflects the recommendations of the Hayden Royal Commission. So its heart's not in it, and in any case, the truth is, if it wasn't for the penalties in it, Labor probably would have supported it. It's no big deal. So that leaves the ABCC. The ABCC is the only legislative trigger that makes any sense whatsoever. That is opposed by the Labor Party and the Greens and the entire union movement. So it won't satisfy. So unless it gets a double dissolution, the ABCC is unlikely to pass in the next parliament because the government won't control the Senate. If it gets a double dissolution and it wins, it's likely to have the numbers in a joint sitting, and it will pass. So that at least makes some sense. Clearing out the crossbench makes no sense, but it also makes no sense to go to an early election from the government's point of view because they might lose. An election in September or October would give the government an opportunity to introduce its economic plan, its economic narrative, tell us how they're going to lower taxes, tell us how they're going to balance the budget, convince the Australian people that they know what they're doing with the economy and win the election. So I think, from where I'm standing, delay rather than an early election is in the government's interests. Now, from the crossbench, as I started to say, we won't be wiped out. Some of us might lose our seats, and for those of us who are used to not being in Parliament, that holds no fears whatsoever. I have a much more. I had quite an interesting life before I became a senator. It all went downhill when I got elected. The thing, though, is that even if I am re-elected, I'll only get 3 years. I'm unlikely to be in the top 6 at a double dissolution. So I'd get 3 years. If there is no double dissolution, just a standard election, then I'm here for, theoretically, subject to an early election, 4 years. So I have the prospect of 4 years in the hand or 3 years in the bush. Which would you choose? So, from the crossbench point of view, it's not a huge fear having a double dissolution, but no great advantage either. So let's look at it from the point of view of the Greens. Why would they want a double dissolution? Why would they even facilitate a double dissolution? They will lose seats. They will lose seats, if nowhere else but in South Australia. And even in the other states where they have 2 senators, it will be a struggle. Western Australia comes to mind. They will struggle to hold their seats. Why would you sacrifice members for a double dissolution? They will lose money. The ETU and CFMU, which combined donate, I think, from memory, about $300,000 a year, will withdraw funding. They have said so. They've said so privately and they've said so publicly. Why would you give up a major donor of that order for a double dissolution, to allow a double dissolution?
That's what it's called.
The Liberal Democratic Party has principles. I'll spell it for you one day. Now, what we will see instead is, if a double dissolution occurs, it will be primarily about the ABCC, and the Greens will have facilitated it. Now, what will that mean? That means we've seen already the Greens are a party of betrayal. Twice they've voted against the opportunity to bring forward a vote on their own bill this week on same-sex marriage. So they've betrayed that community. They will betray their union supporters, the ones who give them money, the ones who think that they speak up for their values. They will betray them, and they will betray their fellow senators, the ones who will lose a seat. For what? So that Senator Rhiannon can beat the Liberal Democrats in New South Wales. That's what it's all about. They are prepared to sacrifice money and fellow senators for Senator Rhiannon's seat in New South Wales. That's what it adds up to. Now, the best thing that they could do would be to support this amendment, rule a double dissolution out completely.
Senator Dastyari.
Thank you, Mr Acting Chair. I think it's actually thank you, Mr Chair. Well, look, it's certainly been an interesting evening. It's been an interesting night. It's certainly been a long night. I think it's fair to say there were some points of the evening where things did perhaps get a little bit strange. And I guess that's what happens when you see strange bedfellows spend the night together. I guess they woke up this morning and, you know, perhaps were thinking about the night before and reassessing some of the decisions. How did this happen? Reassessing some of the decisions that may have been made. Now, it's not a position in my 33 years I've ever been in, but I believe there are other people who at different times have woken up with people that they spent perhaps their first long night with and thought that the whole thing was a mistake and decided to reconsider. That is an opportunity that is available to the Greens political party today. I'm not going to say that we're prepared to take you right back right away, but I'm prepared to say we're ready to work on it. We're ready to go through the process. We're ready to see some counselling. Maybe we can sit down with some of our trade union friends together, and maybe we can see, look.
As long as there isn't a clinic.
Look, I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. There has to be some. There has to be some showers and there has to be some tests. But
Political test.
the question that has to be, look, there was a long period of working on important issues, and it wasn't all bad. It wasn't all bad. There were some good times there.
Point of order, Minister.
Tonight have consistently ruled that speakers have to address the question before the chair, and the question before the chair is a specific amendment about the commencement date, and I don't know how the sexual innuendo that Senator Dastyari is spreading around the chamber, how that is in any way relevant to the question before the chair.
I remind all senators to remain relevant to the issue at hand.
But this, and I note the chair, and I know we've had a fairly free-flowing debate, ranging a range of topics to do with voting reform over the past. And Senator Cormann, I do note that the comments that I am making do bear reference not only to the specific thing, and I will get more to the direct point, but also there has been a debate that has involved the leader of the Greens Party, another Greens senator, the leader of the Australian Labor Party, yourself and others, and I believe that my comments do go to that broader thing. But I will make sure they are as relevant as possible. What we are facing here is the prospect of a double de-election being brought forward. And what this amendment does, we're not pretending. We're being very, and I think Senator Wong was very clear.
He's on the just say no.
Very honest about what the effect and purpose of this amendment is. The effect and purpose of this amendment is so that this voting reform structure would not be available for a double dissolution election were it to be held on, I think, the 2nd, the 9th or the 16th of July, which are the 3 possible dates for a double dissolution election, 3 possible dates for a double dissolution election that wouldn't have the Senate be backdated a year. Right now, and this is a matter of fact, a double dissolution election can be held if the government is able to satisfy the Governor-General that the correct criteria has been met. And that criteria set out Section 57 of the Constitution is a bill being failing to pass over a period of 3 months, 2 different attempts. And there's a lot of technicality around that and how that's interpreted in precedent history, and now isn't exactly the time or the place to go through that historical record. But there are at the moment, again, all of this comes in the eye of the beholder, and the beholder here being the Governor-General. But I think it's fairly clear-cut. There are 2 clear triggers at the moment for a double dissolution election. There's the legislation around the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, and there's the legislation around the Registered Organisations Bill. On the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, again, it's hard to work out where exactly the government really sits on it. I have asked Senator Cormann in this place during question time, I think 3 weeks ago, is it the government's intention to abolish the Clean Energy Finance Corporation?
Did he answer?
No, Senator Cormann answered it very clearly and very directly. Senator Cormann said at that instance that yes, that was still government policy. And Senator Cormann has always said that. In fact, he's been he's a straight shooter, and he's been very straight about that for the whole time. So that is one trigger, and the other trigger is the Registered Organisations Bill. On the issue of how you use a trigger, there is I understand, some differing views on whether or not, even if the request to the Governor-General doesn't include a said piece of legislation, be it the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, but yet it does another piece of legislation, hypothetically the Registered Orgs Act, which is already a trigger, or the ABCC if that were to become a trigger, there is a real grey about whether or not after the election the Clean Energy Finance Corporation legislation could still be brought to that joint sitting. So let's be clear. Even if the government, prior to an election, doesn't put it in their formal request to the Governor-General, right, for the cause or the creation of the double dissolution, right, there is a huge ambiguity, and there are those who would argue quite eloquently and clearly, and there is some High Court precedent to this effect over a similar question, not the exact same question, about what that would mean. So we don't know the answer to that because it's never been tested. So I just want to foreshadow, you can have a situation where the Clean Energy Finance Corporation legislation is not used as the trigger for a double dissolution election, but could potentially still be used in the joint sitting because it meets the criteria of Section 57 of the Constitution. None of this has actually been tested. None of this has been tested. And that is the question that has to be asked. A double dissolution election, and I don't know here, we're not afraid of an election. Labor Party is not afraid of a poll. We're not afraid of a bill. No, not afraid of an election. In fact, let's be honest, the government has been on a pretty downward spiral for the past couple of months, and I anticipate that things aren't exactly all rosy when the government can't even tell you when they're going to hold their own budget. But what you've got there, and this is why I'm not, I think, but what does worry me, and it does, a double dissolution election being held on a new voting structure for the Senate, that, and Senator Di Natale, you're right, we don't support that new structure. We think that is a structure that is geared towards the conservative side of politics and to benefit the conservative side of politics. You're right, I don't support the legislation and I don't support these laws, and we're not pretending that this aim of this amendment is to do anything other than prevent it being able to use for double dissolution action. But that, with the ABCC as a likely trigger, and we know it's a likely trigger because, again, there is a whole grey about whether it is a trigger or not at this point about what exactly is failure to pass. But Senator Cormann did go on Sky News last Sunday, and I may be paraphrasing him here. I'm sure he'll correct me if I misquote him here. But my general understanding of what he said in that interview was that it was the government's intention to reintroduce the ABCC bill in a following upcoming session of this chamber. And so, look, and if that were to be rejected, it would be a clear-cut trigger. And again, it may or may not be a trigger already right now. These are many things that have not yet been tested, and there's all this kind of grey legality over what can and can't be used. So the suggestion here is that we make sure there isn't a double dissolution election where the two key triggers would be the ABCC and the Registered Organisations Act, and also create a situation where we are unnecessarily risking the Clean Energy Finance Corporation's future. I believe that they are risks that should not be taken and do not be taken. This amendment directly addresses those concerns. Now, Senator Di Natale did make some comments, and Senator Whish-Wilson was certainly, through his interjections, was making comments regarding this idea that says, the progressive side of politics, to make it relevant, that this amendment should be rejected for the purpose of the progressive side of politics working together and fighting together as a priority. Let's just begin. That is great rhetoric. That is the kind of thing that plays well to a centre-left or a left-wing Twitter or a Facebook or a social media audience. But the reality is, when you have Michael Kroger belling the cat on this issue and saying that, no, there's actually, and we're working towards a loose preference arrangement. And we know what that preference arrangement is. We know what it involves. It involves the Liberal Party preference in the Greens in inner city electorates where they contest the Labor Party, and where the Labor Party is contesting against the Conservative parties, that the Greens not issue preferences, and eventually, essentially, ideally for the Conservative side of politics, create a leakage out of the Progressive pile. That is that. And to turn around and say, oh, no, we should all be working together and fighting together, this and that. But the reality, the logic, the actions don't match what this would cause. I mean, it's like the classic kind of, I don't know if there's some rope-a-dope strategy here from the leader of the Greens political party that we didn't know. Some kind of, the Muhammad Ali and George Foreman rumble in the jungle, where they're going to lull the Conservative side of politics into a false sense of security by giving them, open tickets and working with them and passing all of their legislation, and somehow this is going to result in them being taken out or knocked out in some kind of final blow. I hope there is a strategy and a logic for the Progressive side of politics behind this, because no one else can see it. No one else can see it. It's not there for anyone else. And so I think this has been. I think we've had a very long night. I think there's a lot that's been said. I think it's fair to say at some points it did get a little bit. There were a little bit some lighter moments, and there was a bit of colour and movement, and that's to be expected. But I think it's important that this legislation does get the proper scrutiny and does get the proper scrutiny that it deserves. And I believe that the process that we've been going through and discussing these amendments, giving that kind of exploration, I think Senator Cormann in many instances has actually done a good job in making sure questions have been answered. We're not happy that all the questions have we got answers to. Some of the answers he's given us we perhaps didn't like. Right? But no, I have an incredible amount of respect for Senator Cormann, and I do note that when we were debating the carbon price legislation in 2009, a debate before my time in this place that Senator Cormann, you led the debate in the chamber, or were one of the instigators. That's a debate that went for 63 hours. I'm not purporting that this go for that long. I believe. Well, no, I believe beforehand. If for no other reason than it is true, I do have tickets to Madonna on Sunday night in Sydney, and I hear she might be late, so I might have even more hours than I thought I had.
Senator Cameron.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to go to a number of the issues that were raised by Senator Rhiannon in relation to the ABCC. We agree that the Australian Building and Construction was set up as a union-busting operation. There's no doubt about that. That's what it's all about. Its current name, Fair Work Building and Construction, headed up by a guy called Nigel Hadgkiss, who is the most incompetent public servant I've ever seen at estimates, doesn't even know how basically the operation works. His job is to terrorise workers, to terrorise employers, so that there is little, if any, engagement with the CFMEU on building sites. Now, it originally started with Mr. John Lloyd, who is now the Public Service Commissioner, who has developed this government approach on bargaining in the public sector, and has left the public sector now for 2 years in absolute chaos, with industrial disputes ready to break out nearly every other month in the public sector because of the attempt by the government and Mr. Lloyd to cut wages and conditions of public servants. That's only the start. That's what's going to happen everywhere else in the country if this government is re-elected. And that's why we will do everything we possibly can to ensure that they're not elected. I agree with Senator Dastyari. We're not afraid of an election. If an election comes, we will go out and fight it. We will fight the coalition. We won't be doing any deals with the coalition to fight anyone else. We will fight the coalition. We won't be doing any secret deals that would try and disadvantage anyone here. We'll just have the fight about the issues, and the issues are pretty clear. That if we end up with this government in power again, that it's going to be bad for the economy, bad for society, and bad for working families and the working class in this country. There's no doubt about that. And what we have seen is that this ABCC, when Labour got in, we had a look at the issues in the industry. We consulted widely about the issues in the industry, and we decided that we would have what was called Fair Work Building and Construction. And we don't want Fair Work Building and Construction to end up being the ABCC because of incompetent negotiations by the Greens and their leader, Senator Di Natale, in relation to the timing of a double dissolution. And the amendment that we have before this place now clearly gives the opportunity for the Greens to ensure that there is no double dissolution this year, and that we can get on with exposing the big problems in this coalition, expose exactly what the chaos is in the coalition, the divisions in the coalition, the lack of concern for workers, the lack of concern for jobs, the lack of concern for people that are down and out and need a hand from government, complete lack of concern from this mob over there. And what we did when Fair Work Building and Construction was established, the best thing that happened was that John Lloyd and Nigel Hadgkiss, the opposition's union busters, the opposition's enforcers in the building and construction industry, they took off, and they were warehoused with the IPA or elsewhere, and we ended up with a Fair Work Building and Construction that had checks and balances. Had checks and balances on the operation of Fair Work Building and Construction. It also had a wide brief to look after workers, not just the bosses, because that's exactly what this Fair Work Building and Construction does under the coalition. So we don't want a double dissolution that could result in this Fair Work Building and Construction getting back in because of some secret deals with the Greens and the coalition about preferences, or a secret deal with Mr Kroger in Victoria for deals around the country to try and disadvantage the Labour Party. We had a Fair Work Building and Construction operation that had that wide brief, looked at issues such as phoenixing in the industry, the exploitation of 457 workers, had an interest in terms of health and safety issues in the industry, and was, I think, not liked by the union movement, but certainly, I think the union movement understood that it wasn't the type of beast that has been established by the coalition, which was simply about trying to destroy effective trade unionism and effective wages and conditions in the building and construction industry. And since the Fair Work Building and Construction has come into place again with Mr Nigel Hadgkiss as its leader, we have seen a massive amount of politically timed claims against the CFMEU predominantly, a number of civil actions being taken in courts against the CFMEU designed for the maximum political effect, not in terms of what the issues are, but Mr Hotchkiss is doing the bidding of the coalition day in, day out on these issues. And I had an opportunity this week to meet with the relatives of Mr Jerry Bradley. Mr Bradley was a young Irishman, and he was killed on a Jackson job in Western Australia with another young Irish backpacker called Joe McDermott. These were young men with their whole life ahead of them, and it was absolutely gut-wrenching to have Jerry Bradley's father and his uncle and his girlfriend in my office telling me about the problems that were on these Jackson sites where these two young men were killed. They were told there was no smoko huts, nowhere they could have a morning tea. So they were sitting outside in an area where cranes were lifting concrete slabs close by and over their heads. The concrete slabs slipped, and these two young men were crushed to death. Now, one of them was from Omagh, and the other was from Coleraine. And their concern, the family's concern, was that when they spoke to WorkSafe in Western Australia, they were told it could be 3 years before any outcome in terms of investigations into their deaths is finalised. They are distraught about how that could take so long. They were also distraught about the lack of conditions on those jobs. And this was a job where the Fair Work Building and Construction, under its chief executive, Mr Nigel Hotchkiss, visited on a regular basis. And part of the visits, we are told, was to stop the CFMEU coming on and investigating health and safety problems. It's not me that's making those allegations. It's the family of two dead workers. So they were appalled that in a country like Australia, their son and their nephew and their boyfriend could have been left in a position where, after only being in the country for a number of weeks, ended up leaving the country in coffins. And on the day these two workers were killed, there was another worker killed at Kwinana in Western Australia on a construction site. In the CFMEU, we hear all the set-ups here and question time and during estimates, all the raving arguments about the CFMEU and their behaviour, but we never hear this government talk about the workplace deaths in the building and construction industry. An average of 36 fatalities every year in the building and construction industry. And people are saying that Fair Work Building and Construction under Nigel Hotchkiss are contributing to poorer safety on the job and a lack of people getting proper safety advice on the jobs. I'm told that some companies are saying that if the union comes on, come on quietly, because we don't want a visit from Fair Work Building and Construction. This is an operation, Fair Work Building and Construction, that has annual increases in its expenditure year on year. They have moved from about $35 million a year to $48 million a year. They are actually giving work for looking after workers' wages and conditions to the Fair Work Ombudsman, who are having their budget cut. That's the position under this coalition. an operation which is basically a union-busting operation and, in my view, contributes to injury and death on the building and construction sites in this country. That's what the claims that have been made to me in my office, that this organisation is so vicious in its approach to employers and to employees that they are absolutely terrified to actually deal with safety issues on jobs around this country. It's an absolute disgrace. And the company Jackson, the company in Western Australia where these two young workers were killed, as I said, had 15 visits from Fair Work Building and Construction. Many of those visits, I'm told, were to advise the employer not to let the CFMEU on any safety issue, and to enforce the companies ringing them up to get CFMEU officials off the site. So the workers were being intimidated, companies are being intimidated, workers are being seriously injured, workers are being killed, and Fair Work Building and Construction, in the view of people who are putting it to me, are part of the problem. They are part of the problem, not the solution. So this amendment that we're putting up would prevent the government from relying on the new voting system in a double dissolution election. It would ensure that we would have a better opportunity to ensure that Nigel Hadgkiss doesn't end up heading up the ABCC and taking further action against decent workers in this country. So this is a bill this is an amendment that the Greens should support if they have got any values, any principles left. They should support this amendment to ensure that this double dissolution can't go ahead. It's a simple proposition. Just say you will support the amendment we've put up. There won't be a double dissolution. This government will end up being in a position where it will look weaker and weaker and more chaotic as the days go in. A Prime Minister who can't enforce any cohesion within the coalition. It certainly would be better. So, Senator Rhiannon, you should reconsider, think about the trade union movement, think about workers that have been killed and maimed, and support this amendment.
Your time has expired. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I assume by the chamber at the moment there's nobody else that wants to make comments in relation to these amendments, so I'd like to respond to some of the issues that have been raised in the debate. Firstly, I'd like to thank my colleagues that have pointed out that this is the way for the Greens to remove the keys to the double dissolution that they unwittingly, it seems, provided. We heard from Senator Di Natale his excuse for that, and it was incredibly naive. But there are, on top of those contributions, I don't intend to waste the committee's time much further than with that general reflection. There are a couple of other issues that have been canvassed earlier over the day that I do think we need to revisit. Because Senator Rhiannon still runs the fraud that her amendment adequately deals with the issues. Well, we know, firstly, on the double dissolution issue, they obviously don't. But the suggestion that they've accepted this disingenuous position of Senator Cormann's that these are two mutually exclusive issues, the double dissolution and this Senate reform, is laughable. Absolutely laughable. I've covered that issue before, and I don't intend to go in much further detail there. But the issue that Senator Cormann has addressed during the course of the evening was the evidence before JSCEM in relation to what the AEC required. And it seems, despite the fact that in her few minutes before the AEC, Senator Rhiannon actually addressed these issues, she doesn't seem to have comprehended the answers that were given her. So I'll go back to the Hansard once again. Now, I suspect now it's just gotten to a stage of denial. The Greens are in denial. they're locked in, they can't move, they have to trot over and vote with the government irregardless, and so they maintain that denial. Well, again, Senator Rhiannon talks about a 3-month period, or around a 3-month period. We know what the evidence that was given to JSCM was by Mr Rogers. It was an estimated 3-month minimum time frame. And we also know that Mr Rogers said in the very next sentence of his opening statement, however, I do wish to emphasise that this estimate and all associated advice is based on the broad shape of the current proposal. Should the bill change significantly, the AEC will need to revise its timing, cost and other resource estimates. So aside from the fact that the ministers refused to provide information to the Senate about what even those estimates firstly were, and then he sought to deny that the complete change to the below-the-line voting approach is significant, which is ridiculous, Senator Rhiannon has left her head buried in the sand on the 3-month issue. We know the AEC has struggled with issues. This was the basis for the JSCM inquiry that reported in 2014. We know they've told the Joint Parliamentary Committee they need a minimum of 3 months. Indeed, Senator Rhiannon, I need to remind, actually asked Mr Rogers, sorry, could I also be on the record, I don't know why she thought she wouldn't be, but anyway, as saying that the 3-month period is already a streamlined 3-month period in any case. This was Mr Rogers, sorry. Senator Rhiannon saying, so you are saying that it is already tight. Already tight, and Mr Rogers says yes. So this time frame that as an alternative Senator Rhiannon is proposing is at the very best tight, streamlined, not adequate at all to deal with the timing issues. Now, I'm not surprised that Senator Rhiannon would have forgotten or not quite understood the procedural issues here, because in the debate now she also misrepresented what happened earlier in the week. She stood in here and she suggested that Labor had supported bringing on the ABCC. That was simply false. Now, Senator Rhiannon, you need to learn the difference between a procedural motion and a substantive one. What we supported was a suspension motion. And the sooner you learn how this place operates, if you're going to be remaining here, the better. Because to come in here and try and lecture us on what the process is and what amendment we're on and not even be accurate, but to then come and misrepresent what votes have occurred is
Senator
outrageous.
Collins. Senator Collins, order. Point of order, Senator Seward.
Chair, could you please remind Senator Collins to address the chair, not directly yell across the chamber at Senator Rhiannon?
Thank you, Senator Seward. Yes, Senator Collins, I would remind you to address your remarks through the chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm more than happy to address my remarks through the chair. It has indeed been a long evening, and when Senator Rhiannon continues to add falsehoods to the debate, or indeed to introduce her own interjections into the debate at different stages.
Order, Senator Collins. Point of order, Senator Rhiannon.
Thank you. Yes, point of order requesting that the statement falsehoods be withdrawn. All I said was that that they had supported bringing ABCC on.
Thank you, Senator Rhiannon. There's no point of order. Falsehoods. What? Order, Senator Wong. I'll rule. As much as you may not like it, falsehoods is not unparliamentary, and it is a debating point, and you've got the opportunity to respond. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Senator Rhiannon is a bit touchy here. She came into the chamber and she decided to give us a lecture about where we were up to this morning, and she was false that time too. She was on the wrong amendment. She didn't even know what amendment we were on when she was lecturing us about what we were doing. So, yes, it is appropriate that I address the other falsehoods, because her procedural understanding seems to be extremely limited. Not only have we got concerns about the unprincipled approach to how we've dealt with this legislation, still here dealing with substantive matters at 8:07 in the morning, this is, people need to understand, an alternative to a gag. This is legislation by attrition, and any pretence from the Greens that they haven't gagged this matter are a joke. Anyone who understands human stamina, and I'd have to say, Senator Cormann, you're up at the very top. You are up at the very top. You're the one person who has almost exclusively stayed in this chamber right through the whole period. So I give you credit for that. You're still looking pretty fresh, I have to say. Well, indeed, sorry, I should acknowledge some of your advisors have been here, and indeed at least one of ours almost exclusively through the process too. But human endurance has its limitations. So the Greens can run this pretence that we're not really gagging it. The reality is this is legislation by attrition, and that is as effective as any gag you could imagine, so stop the pretence.
All right, the question is that the amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no.
No.
I think the noes have it.
The ayes have it.
Division call for, ring the bells. Order. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment order. The question is that the amendment moved by Senator Collins be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Urquhart teller for the ayes and Senator Bushby teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 37 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senator Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just which is 7858. Yes. This amendment will. I seek leave to move this amendment 7851.
I don't think you need leave.
Okay.
You can just move the amendment.
7858. Sorry. This amendment delays the commencement date of the bill until the 22nd of August and substitutes the ordinary day after royal assent clause with the 22nd of August 2016.
Thank you, Senator Day. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. The government will be opposing this amendment for the same reasons as to why we opposed a similar amendment by the Labor Party with a different date. The government will be supporting the Greens amendment on sheet 7882, which proposes an appropriate arrangement for commencement of the bill, which the government will support.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I thank Senator Day for giving us the opportunity to address once again the issues that were canvassed with respect to our earlier amendment, which just failed. This once again gives the Greens the opportunity to reconsider their poorly formed position. I suspect it won't change, given the behaviour that we've observed consistently. Yes, thank you, Senator McDonald. That's very generous of you, especially at this hour of the process, but I gather that was somewhat tongue-in-cheek. And for the reasons that we've already outlined, in the absence of the success of our motion, we will support this one.
The question is that the amendment be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. No. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 4 minutes.
Lock the doors. The question is that Amendment 1 on sheet 7858, moved by Senator Day, be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair. The nays to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Urquhart teller for the ayes and Senator Bushby teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 37 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. If senators could take their seats, because I'm just waiting to call Senator Wang. Senator Wang.
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I move my amendment on sheet 7876 as revised. My amendment simply asks the AEC to do a very simple and I think also very warranted job after the first election, when this changes we've been discussing overnight becomes in effect. Because of the changes and because of the election that follows, I think the time allowed for AEC to make such changes, to change the system, to make sure the staffing levels are adequate, it's very possible that we're asking AEC to do a very rushed job. So I think it is very prudent that we ask AEC to do a review within 6 months after the results of the election, and to tell us the effectiveness of the amendment, and also the accuracy of the system and the process that'll be put into place, and also the resourcing that is given to AEC, whether that's adequate or not. I think this is all this amendment is asking for, and I think it is very prudent as lawmakers of this country that we all make sure that we follow through the changes we've made to any laws, so that we can understand whether there are any unintended consequences and whether the changes are working as intended. Thanks.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The government will not be supporting this amendment, and let me just advise the chamber that this amendment does not actually do what Senator Wang has just indicated. This amendment does not ask the IEC to conduct a review. This amendment requires for the Minister to cause an independent review of the operation of the amendments to be made, and it doesn't specify that review should be conducted by the IEC at all. It does say that the review must consider various elements in relation to the IEC, but it says, for example, in clause 3, that the person who undertakes the review must give the Minister a written report of the review, and the Minister must cause a copy of the report of the review to be tabled in each House of Parliament. Now, of course, I agree that the operation of this bill at the next election should be subject to review. Of course it should be. And as a matter of course, after every election, there is a review into the conduct of the election that is undertaken by the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters. That was the case in 2013, and I would anticipate that the same would be the case after the 2016 election. These reviews routinely look at all aspects of an election and the way it was conducted by the Australian Electoral Commission. Such reviews provide experts, stakeholders and the broader public with an opportunity to make submissions and participate in public hearings. This process through the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters is comprehensive, transparent, and the committee's reports are indeed tabled in the Parliament once completed. Therefore, the government will not be supporting these amendments, as they would be duplicating the work that will already be done by the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters following the election.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I wish I could share Senator Cormann's enthusiasm about the processes of JSCM, but unfortunately, after participating in the last inquiry, that is impossible. The opposition is happy to support Senator Wong's proposal to have. Chair, can I please express that it's very difficult with Senator McDonald sitting right behind me, verbalising, to actually even concentrate on what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Well, what you're saying
no. Senator McDonald, that is very inappropriate, what you've just said. You've said it from someone else's chair. So if you're not going to sit in your own seat, I'd ask you to remain silent. Well, I've just asked you to remain silent and you've immediately not remained silent. So I'll ask you again to remain silent. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Mr President, and thank you, Senator Cormann. I also noticed you entreating your colleague to conduct himself in a more appropriate way, and I appreciate that attempt. Now, I don't know why the Greens down there are carrying on. Perhaps they would appreciate someone sitting right behind them under this process in the way that just was occurring. Given that already to date we've had complaints from the Greens that we're looking at them, well, look at this, seriously. So get over the giggles, please. It's obviously been... well, yes, I am cranky. I've already made my comments about what I think about this process of legislation by attrition. I've made that point. And when senators who haven't been participating in this debate come in and throw in their trite comments, as I think Senator Cormann's also trying to highlight, they don't expedite the process. I'm more than happy to expedite the process to deal with the substantive issues here, and I haven't even been able to get through the third paragraph of my of the opposition's position in relation to Senator Wong's amendment. So I will try again. Now, the review that Senator Wong proposes, that it be an independent review, Senator Cormann, I didn't take it to specify, and I didn't take from Senator Wong's comments either that he was specifying that it must be the AEC. Now, potentially it could be the AEC, but equally it could be some other independent party conducting the review as deemed appropriate by the Minister, is how I read this amendment and how I took Senator Wong's comments to represent it. So such a review will provide an independent analysis of the impact of the bill and the adequacy of resources provided to the AEC to implement the changes ushered in by the bill, amongst other things. It is not appropriate, nor is it micromanagement, to suggest that the legislation should set up a process. The review itself, in terms of looking at the changes, I was hoping that Senator Xenophon might have joined us over that last division, but I thought it would be helpful to add to the consideration of this amendment the comments that Senator Xenophon made earlier about what's the appropriate benchmarking. What issues do we want to look at in terms of what we would regard as appropriate benchmarking and indeed potentially success. So if this amendment gets up, I would encourage those looking at how it should proceed to look at the discussion and the issues raised earlier by Senator Xenophon in terms of some of the benchmarking issues that would be helpful. Now, Senator Wong's amendment will require the findings of an independent review to be tabled in the House and the Senate so that they can be scrutinised by the Parliament and the Australian people. And I'm sure the Greens political party will see the merit in having an independent review of the most significant changes to our electoral system in 30 years, although I suspect, unfortunately, they will probably just cop the line that JSCM can do it, despite the experience we just went through with the last JSCM inquiry. It would be nice if they broke away from their trotting across the chamber with the government on every issue and demonstrated that they were up to an appropriate independent review, but the pattern of their behaviour in process in this matter leaves me very doubtful that that is likely to occur. Now, the other reason, of course, for why this is important is the shambolic handling of this legislation by the government and their new coalition partners, the Greens, make it critical that the Senate agree to Senator Wong's amendment. This legislation is the product of, as we've seen, this deal between the Liberals and the Greens and Senator Xenophon, which is now being rammed through the parliament at lightning speed as part of the Prime Minister's plan to rush to the polls for a double dissolution election. Now, again, the Greens laugh because they're maintaining this charade that legislation by attrition is not a gag. Well, it is a gag, and the lightning speed is this week. Although you never know, they might still be up for until Easter, but I suspect not. It is this week. That is the lightning speed. The speed was the speed that I described earlier when Senator Cormann responded to the recommendations of the sham JSTEM committee within 64 minutes in this place with his first reading contribution. Indeed, it was printed and tabled in that time frame. It is laughable to suggest that the government considered the JSCM committee's recommendations, as limited as they were, within that time frame. It was a fix, it was a setup, it was, as was suggested by some of the commentary on Anthony Green's website, prearranged, preordained. And the only question in all of this that maybe the future will be able to tell us is to what extent were the Greens complicit in this preordained plan? Were they deluded to, or were they complicit completely in it? And you never know, even an independent review might shed some light on that issue. It will be helpful in the longer-term future to have an understanding of these issues, and for these reasons Labor is pleased to support the amendment.
The question is that amendment number 1 on sheet 7876 revised, moved by Senator Wang, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Again say no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question is that amendment number 1 on sheet 7876 revised, moved by Senator Wang, be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Urquhart teller for the ayes and Senator Bushby teller for the noes. Order. There being 21 ayes and 35 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. If senators could take their seats, I'm just waiting to call Senator Muir. Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. I move my amendments 2, 3 and 1 on 7874 together.
Is leave granted for Senator Muir to move those amendments together? We can separate the questions if you request that. Leave is granted, Senator Muir.
Thank you. These changes are transitional provisions to address some urgent changes now. Relates to recommendation 3 of my dissenting report, which I was going to read out, but we've been here long enough. It's only applicable for the next election, so that's the purpose of a transitional change. It allows for further consultation and changes that have broad support. It reduces the scope of change for the AEC and therefore reduces the amount of change needed at the next election, therefore reducing the likelihood of any errors of a rushed implementation. This also reduces the amount of change for the voter at the ballot box. It reduces the size of the education campaign that the AEC needs to undertake. And I think something that's become clear over the last 14 hours or something is it is a big task that's ahead and we're not even sure how successful that's going to be. So reducing the size of the education campaign, I can't hear myself think very well.
Yes. So again, I'll make the point: if senators are not sitting in their own seats, they should remain silent. Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. This reduces the size of the education campaign that the AEC needs to undertake. Like I said a moment ago, it's become very evident that this is going to be a very big task, and it's not even very clear if the message is going to be able to get across. So making it easier for the AEC to get their message across, and of course the voters to adapt to change over time rather than just having it thrust upon them just before an election. It does help to remove some of the group voting ticket influence. A political party would only need to swap preferences with a minimum of 6 candidates. They could swap preferences with no more than that if they wish. A political party would also need to swap preferences with those who they wanted to, so they won't be forced to actually preference every party. That's removing a lot of the argument we seem to hear quite regularly. The transitional arrangements allow for a more comprehensive reform process to be adequately debated and considered. I've been very vocal about that throughout this whole debate, so have my colleagues on the ALP, and I really do think, and I think the public think, that this has actually been significantly rushed through, even though we've been in Parliament for a very long time on this debate. It improves the chance for a broader consensus, not only within the Parliament but within the broader community, because that's what's been lacking here. Parliament's decided to change the way our electoral system is changed, which affects the way that the electors elect their representatives. So it's not really acceptable for the Parliament to say this suits us, doesn't matter about what the people out there think, because at the end of the day we're supposed to represent them, not the other way around. The transitional changes I propose are, like I said, implement a minimum of 6 preferences. Implement a minimum of 6 preferences below the line. That's, of course, based on the recommendation from the Joint Standing Committee into Electoral Matters. The transitional changes retain group and individual voting tickets in a limited form. This modified version of group and individual voting tickets for the next election would only be available for the next election. So I'm trying to think ahead here and think this is going to be a major change. It needs to happen, be transitioned in. As such, these tickets would only need to be marked under partial, optional, preferential, with a minimum of 6 preferences below the line. However, it would be possible for a party to mark up to all the boxes if they decided to. It ensures that all participants have a fair and even chance to adapt to the changes, and ideally would remove the argument that this is a rush process.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Government will be opposing these amendments. Amendments 1 and 3 on this sheet have the effect of delaying the commencement of most of the measures in this bill until 15 January 2017, and for the reasons I've previously outlined in the context of similar amendments moved by Labor and by Senator Dye. The Government does not support this delay. The Government does not support this as it would unnecessarily delay the commencement of these very important improvements to our Senate voting system. Amendment 4 and parts of Amendment 2 on this sheet have the effect of removing below-the-line savings provisions currently in place in the Electoral Act that allow voters to make a certain number of mistakes when voting below the line. The Government has already removed these provisions as part of our amendments to below-the-line voting and has included a savings provision whereby a vote is formal if a voter numbers at least 6 boxes below the line from 1 to 6 in order of their preference. The Government recognises the intent of these amendments to insert provisions enabling optional preferential voting below the line, which are somewhat similar to the Government amendments that have already been agreed to by the Senate. The Government amendments, however, are entirely consistent with the final report of the JSCAM inquiry into this bill, which recommended that optional preferential voting below the line be introduced with voters directed to number at least 12 boxes to minimise vote exhaustion. So for these reasons, the Government will not support these amendments.
Senator Rhiannon.
Thank you, Chair. I did notice that Senator Muir did comment about the problems with group voting tickets, which is very important. That is a central part, continues to be a central part of what we're addressing here. Amendments 1 and 3 do try to delay the commencement of the bill until January 2017. It's been well established time and time again in the consideration of this bill that the Senate voting reform needs to be in before the next election. So that's why the Greens will not be supporting these. Senator Muir also proposes some below-the-line amendments and that they commence the day after royal assent. We do oppose those as they are not necessary. The whole Act should commence then. The below-the-line amendments he refers to are all associated with numbering 1 to 6 below the line. Now, the Greens oppose them as they will create poorer preference flow, and numbering 1 to 12 is a big improvement in terms of not having to number every candidate and ensuring voters allocate preferences to a reasonable degree. So we will not be supporting these amendments.
Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I can indicate that Labor will support amendments 1 and 3 as they do indeed relate to delayed commencement. The date on this occasion is the 15th of January next year. And can I say, on reflecting on this issue, I could almost coin this one, Senator Muir, the Clean Hands Amendment, because what it does in fact do is attempt to remove immediate self-interest in the way that Senator Cormann had characterised. It does tend to try and make it mutually exclusive from the question of when the next election might be and what that election might be. It takes us past the next election, whether it be a general election or a double dissolution election. And in some ways that's probably the most principled stand. Given that Senator Di Natale is so concerned about dealing with Senate reform as an issue of principle, it is quite a challenge for him to have put to him a way in which, with clean hands, he could further his principle and avoid the criticisms that have been made about the placement the Greens are putting themselves in, whether wisely or not, has often been part of the consideration in the debate. But the position the Greens are putting themselves in with respect to whether there's a double dissolution or with respect to the next general election. Now, with regard to Amendments 2 and 4, we oppose those for the same reasons we have opposed others, which is Labor's position in relation to optional preferential voting.
So I will separate the question this way. I will deal with Amendments 1 and 3 together and Amendment 2 together, unless there's any objection. 4 hasn't been moved. So the first question I'll put is that Amendment number 2 on sheet 7874, moved by Senator Muir, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The question now is that Amendments 1 and 3 on sheet 7874, moved by Senator Muir, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Lock the doors. The question is that amendments 1 and 3 on sheet 7874, moved by Senator Muir, be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair. The noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Urquhart teller for the ayes and Senator Bushby teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 37 noes, the question is resolved in the negative.
Yes.
Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. I move Amendment 4 on sheet 7874 to oppose item 26 and 27 of Schedule 1.
Did you wish to speak to it? No. Okay. Minister? All right. Okay. So the question is that items 26 and 27 of Schedule 1 as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. So there seems to be some confusion. Yes. So maybe if senators could just take their seats again. I might put this question again because there was some misunderstanding. So, well, it's been a long evening, and the question is that items 26 and 27 of Schedule 1 as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes do have it. Okay. Senator Muir, I think we'll probably... we'll just wait a second. I'll wait till senators just... Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. It really has been a long night. I move my amendments 1 to 5 and 7 on sheet 7875 by leave together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. There is a bias against ungrouped independent candidates under the current proposal. This amendment is designed to address this. It also relates to recommendation 7 of my dissension report, which this time I will read out because the recommendation isn't that big. The recommendation is to amend the bill to ensure that all candidates are represented both above and below the line, regardless of their party affiliation or independent status. All candidates should have an equal opportunity to be represented above as well as below the line. Under the current Act, only an endorsed sitting senator can be represented above the line. Let's consider if there had been a vote on marriage equality today, which there could have been. What if a senator crossed the floor on the issue? As a result, they would no longer be pre-selected at the next election. As a result, or I should not be so aggressive with that, as a result they may not be pre-selected at the next election, and hypothetically they left the party. Currently, that senator could run as an individual above the line as a sitting independent. The voters could then choose if they did the right thing or not. Once this bill is passed, this safety net is abolished. This bill does not introduce any replacement safety net. The Senate should have some independence from party politics. So what option will they have to run as an individual independent? They can run below the line and that's it. And as we know, 97% of the voters vote above the line. They can find a sacrificial running mate in a group, but why? Because they need to, because they do need to access that 97% of the votes cast above the line. The above-the-line section of this amendment will allow for any independent to be represented above the line. Surely, if there's supposed to be a candidate-based system, we should allow them to access that 97% of the votes that are cast. Should this amendment not be passed, I do hope a High Court challenge considers this disparity. They should consider this bias. That means unless you're a political party, you don't have a chance. There's no wonder why we're seeing a decline in independent voters and an increase in micro-parties since above the line voting was introduced. It encourages party politics. It doesn't encourage candidate-based politics. The way the rules are today, unless you're a political party, you don't stand a chance. This bill makes that situation even worse. If this was a truly democratic reform, this would be addressed. So we're seeing a political reform that only benefits the established political parties and not individual candidates.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. The government will be opposing these amendments. The proposed amendments to enable individual candidates to have a square above the line is inconsistent with the intent that above-the-line voting relates to groups, not individuals. So the way it works and the way it has worked since 1984 is that when voting above the line, you vote for parties or groups. When voting below the line, you vote for candidates. Now, the change that we are, of course, making is that we are enabling people across Australia, when voting above the line for parties or groups, that we are empowering them to be able to determine where their preferences go after they have indicated their primary preference for their first party of choice. And that is, of course, a significant improvement compared to the current arrangement. The amendments that Senator Muir is proposing would significantly increase the size of ballot papers, as every independent candidate or single candidate party would seek to have a box above the line. These amendments are not consistent with any of the recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, and the government will not support them.
Senator Carr.
President, the opposition will not be supporting these amendments. We acknowledge that Senator Muir's genuine interest in this legislation and his efforts to engage with the policy issues. Labor does not support the government or the Greens' ill-considered tinkering with the Senate voting system, but we don't believe that this particular measure that Senator Muir takes us forward. We appreciate Senator Muir's efforts to ameliorate some of the worst elements of the government and the Greens' botched legislation, However, Labor does not support this particular proposal by Senator Muir. Thus, we shall not be supporting these amendments. I'll just take this opportunity to repeat our acknowledgement of Senator Muir's good faith efforts.
Senator Rhiannon.
Thank you. The Greens will not be supporting these amendments either. Effectively, 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 wants to allow an individual ungrouped candidate to have a box above the line with party names next to it. We oppose it because it would really clutter the ballot paper and make it more difficult for the voters. So it's not something that really would facilitate a good outcome. It really, and then the other amendments, 6, 7 and 8, would result in quite a complex system of printing the Senate ballot papers in batches that contain different candidate order. Now, certainly there has been some successful ways of introducing a rotational system for where names appear on ballot papers, but it would not be achieved this one in terms of ensuring that we have a ballot paper that works.
The question is that amendments 1 to 5 and 7 on sheet 7875, moved by Senator Muir, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. Senator Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move 1, 2 and 4 to 6 on sheet 7861.
And you'll be seeking leave.
Seeking leave,
together.
yes.
Is
and
leave granted?
3 to 7.
Leave is granted. Senator Day.
Thank you. And 3 and 7 also on sheet 7861 by leave.
I don't. Oh, there. Sorry. Yes, I've got that. That's
okay.
Yes. Thank you. So is leave granted? Yes, leave is granted. Thank you, Senator Day.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment will preserve the right of the voter to delegate to their favourite party the distribution of their preferences. For those who do not wish to do that, they can vote 1 to 12 below the line as per the government's amendment. This, and this only, gives the voter true power to choose either the group voting ticket or below-the-line voting preferences themselves. Much has been said in this debate about giving the power back to the voter. It does nothing. This bill does nothing of the kind. It removes a fundamental right of a voter to delegate to their favourite minor party the distribution of their preferences. So many voters who do not understand preferences are more than happy, more than confident to give to their party the right to distribute the preferences in the best interests of the party. And for those who do not wish to do that, they can vote 1 to 12 below the line. I commend my amendment.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. The government will not be supporting these amendments. One of the key elements of this bill and one of the main recommendations of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters is the abolition of individual and group voting tickets. The Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters concluded that most voters are unlikely to understand where their preferences flow when they vote above the line. Indeed, they can, on occasion, flow in 3 different directions, as political parties are able to register 3 different group voting tickets. The abolition of group voting tickets will improve the transparency of the Senate voting system by removing the complex and opaque system that is currently in place to distribute voter preferences. The measures in this bill to introduce partial, optional, preferential voting above the line will give voters greater control over their preferences and confidence that their vote is going to their preferred candidates. Advice on the ballot paper will direct voters to number at least 6 boxes from 1 to 6 in order of their preference if they choose to vote above the line, which will minimise the effect of vote exhaustion. Appropriate vote savings provisions are also in place to ensure that there is no reduction in vote formality as a result of this measure.
Senator Lionhelm.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I rise to indicate my support for this motion, for this amendment. The claim that's being made by the government and by the Greens that voters should be in control of their votes is handled very well by this amendment. And it's actually very similar to what exists in the Victorian Legislative Council system for elections. If a voter trusts their party to deal with their vote appropriately, they can vote above the line, and the party will deal with it as it judges based on a group voting ticket, and it won't exhaust. It will go to the next party that the initial party supports, and the one after that, and the one after that, and it will end up landing at one of the two last candidates for election, and that individual who's trusted that party, assuming that party has dealt in good faith with that individual's vote, will ensure that that vote counts. That is giving power to the voters, and if they don't trust their party, all they have to do is vote 1 to 12 below the line. In fact, in Victoria, they only have to vote 1 to 5 below the line, because that's how many vacancies there are to be filled. And in my opinion, for Senate elections, we should have 1 to 6 below the line in a normal half Senate, a minimum, and 1 to 12 below the line in a full Senate election, minimum. This amendment maximises voter choice without wiping out the effect of their vote if they don't vote for one of the major parties that will ultimately end up winning the seat. This empowers voters. If they trust their party, they can vote above the line. If they prefer to control their preferences themselves, they can vote below the line and go for a minimal vote or as many as they wish. This amendment is what gives voters maximum choice.
Senator Collins. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I can indicate that the opposition will support Senator Day's amendments, which have the effect of preserving the current system of preferences being distributed according to group voting tickets, where an elector votes above the line. I think Senator Lionhelm eloquently put the position in relation to a lot of the rhetoric around group voting tickets, and it is indeed a stark contrast to how both the governments and the Greens purport to misrepresent the effect of group voting. Now, related vote-saving provisions and ballot paper provisions will also be preserved. Senator Day's amendments will help to ameliorate some of the worst elements of the bill, which is currently before the Senate. Now, the Australian Labor Party wants to ensure that the composition of the Senate reflects the preferences of Australian voters, that all votes count, and that small parties and independents are not shut out of the system by this deal between the Conservatives and the Greens. We support removing incentives for gaming the system, and we've said this many times, although our position has often been misrepresented. We have never suggested that there aren't issues that need to be addressed, and we have suggested that there are other options for dealing with them. The Minister said at the outset of this discussion that they had indeed wanted to pursue thresholds, but the Greens weren't prepared to cooperate. I think it's important that that issue be on the record. This is, before us, not the only way to manage some of these issues. This is the deal between the government and the Greens. As I said, we support removing incentives for gaming of the system, but you don't do that by eliminating all small parties and independents. We need to get the balance right on Senate voting reform. That won't happen by ramming this backroom deal through the Parliament. Senator Day's amendments will go some way to addressing the worst aspects of this dodgy Liberal-Greens deal, and so Labor will support them.
Senator Rhiannon.
Thank you. The Greens won't support this amendment. It is effectively about reintroducing group voting tickets. The starting point that was identified when JSEM undertook its inquiry into possible need for Senate voting reform was that we needed to remove group voting tickets, because that is the reason that backroom deals occur, because you have to have those negotiations to then qualify to have a box above the line, and in turn some people have then used that as an incentive, or responded to it as using it as an incentive to come forward with many parties. And I remember the evidence that Senator Lenholm gave to the JSEM inquiry about this very issue, of forming many parties that then funnel the preferences. And for the reforms that we need, group voting tickets need to be abolished. And we've come up with a very wise and simple solution. That is that the voter determines preferences. And again, for all the arguments that have gone over the 24+ hours, none of those people who are trying to knock this Senate voting reform off have come forward with a reason why the voters shouldn't be the ones who determine their own preferences.
The question is, and I'll put the amendments in two parts. So the question is that items 4, 7 to 13, 22 to 25, 28 and 39 of Schedule 1 as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. Have we got it the right way around this time? Good. Because it's already been amended. Lock the doors. The question is that items 4, 7 to 13, 22 to 25, 28 and 39 of Schedule 1 as amended be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Fawcett teller for the ayes and Senator McEwen teller for the noes. Order. There being 34 ayes and 20 noes, the question is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that amendments 3 and 7 on sheet 7861, moved by Senator Day, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I'll put the question again. The question is that amendments 3 and 7 on sheet 7861, moved by Senator Day, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against say no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that amendments 3 and 7 on sheet 7861, moved by Senator Day, be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McEwen teller for the ayes and Senator Bushby teller for the noes. Order. There being 20 ayes and 33 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. Senator Muir.
Chair, I move my amendments 6 and 8 on sheet 7875 by leave together.
Is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just make a really short statement before I actually start speaking about this, but a lot of the amendments I'm moving is not necessarily because I'm supportive of these particular changes, but I do actually acknowledge that some kind of changes should happen. But essentially, because I'm trying to polish a, you know what the saying is. So I'm moving these amendments because this is a bad bill. This amendment relates to recommendation 9 of my dissenting report, which is the implementation of a Robson's rotation. To read from my report, my recommendation 9 says, ensure that political parties have no control over preferences within their party group by introducing the Robson's rotation. Robson rotation is currently used by Tasmania and the ACT in their state and territory elections. This will eliminate backroom deals in relation to where a candidate is placed within the party group at the ballot box. This encourages candidates to seek below-the-line votes from potential supporters, which in turn enhances the relationship between the candidate and the electorate, helps to minimise the influence the political party has on who's elected to the Senate, and returns the power to the voter. So this will empower the voters who choose to vote. This will empower voters who choose to vote below the line. Of course, this won't be a benefit to the majors or the Greens. Sorry, I shouldn't include the Labor Party in that. The Liberal National Party and the Greens, so I don't expect this to happen. It also rewards candidates who go out and seek their supporters to number them one below the line. It's kind of funny. I get singled out that I shouldn't be here, but I'd love to see a group vote of everybody in the Senate take that out into public and say, who can you recognise? It does, however, take the party vote away from the party, rewards voters and individual candidates for their effort and hard work, eliminates the concept of a safe seat, so therefore there's no more of this gold and silver class at the double dissolution election. The voters will get to decide who gets 6 years and who gets 3 years at a double dissolution election, not the party hacks. It removes backroom party deals from within the Senate group. It distributes party-based votes evenly between each candidate in a group, and it works effectively in other states. That way, a party vote is truly a party vote. This is also something advocated by the Proportional Representation Society of Australia. This amendment will ensure that preference deals within a party group and between party groups are eliminated, giving the voter the power of where their preference goes. But we know that that's not what this deal is really about. If you believe in giving 100% control of the vote, you will support this amendment, but you won't. Without this amendment, these changes to preference deals are simply opportunity politics.
Thank you, Senator Muir. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The government will not be supporting these amendments. The ordering of candidates by political parties is, of course, transparently presented to voters on the Senate ballot paper, unlike the very complex, insufficiently transparent and opaque group voting ticket arrangements, which could direct preferences in 3 different directions. So the voter has a clear choice whether they want to support the political party of their choice and who they want to vote, and preference with their first preference, and who they want to preference with any subsequent preference. And of course, by voting above the line, a voter accepts the ordering of the ordering of candidates as presented by relevant parties that are supported with the first, second, third or fourth or fifth or sixth or subsequent preference. Anyone who wants to directly control the ordering of candidates themselves can do so very easily by voting below the line, and indeed we have made that easier than under the current system, because under the current system you have to fill in every single box subject to some savings provisions, whereas under our proposed reforms people will just have to number up to at least 12 boxes indicating a preference 1 to 12.
Thank you, Minister. So the question is that Amendments 6 and 8 on sheet 7-8. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. The opposition will not be supporting these amendments at this stage. We acknowledge arguments that Robson rotation in the printing of ballot papers improves democracy, and the proposals such as that put forward by Senator Muir to apply the Robson rotation to Senate voting. But Labor believes that any changes to our electoral system should be the subject of careful consideration. So accordingly, we cannot support a proposal to apply the Robson rotation without further inquiry and report, hopefully by JSCM, but as I've said, they've been politicised through this current process in a way that one's confidence in how they might in the past have conducted an investigation such as this is questionable, but perhaps some other process, if senators still have some concerns about JSCM, should at least occur to further investigate how it might apply in a broader context than the ACT.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Lyon-Helm.
Thank you, Chair. I rise just to indicate I can't support this amendment either. I appreciate the arguments of Senator Muir's and respect the thinking and diligence he's applied to them, but in my view, preferences are a matter for parties, and for those voters who trust their parties, and order of candidates is also a matter for parties to decide, not for anybody else. It may be appropriate to think about Robson rotation in the context of the House of Reps ticket, where there's just one candidate per party, but not when there are multiple candidates for a party. And the kind of scenario that Senator Muir sketched out, in which candidates from the same party essentially compete for individual votes, that's precisely the kind of circumstances that have led to the election of Senator Xenophon in South Australia. And I must say that I don't think that his approach to politics is something that I would like to encourage, and we will find how, in my view, unconstructive that approach is, very likely after the next election, when I anticipate he will have the balance of power in the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Lyon-Helm. The question then is that Amendments 6 and 8 on sheet 7875 be agreed to. All those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. No. I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. Now, Senator Lazarus is not here. So we go then, Senator Muir, to Amendments 1 to 8 on sheet 7877.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to speak too long. I'm starting to run out of puff.
Will you seek leave for them to be considered together?
Yes, I move my amendment 1 to 8 on sheet 7877 by leave together.
And is leave granted? There being no objection, leave is granted. Please proceed, Senator Muir.
Thank you, Chair. The speech I'm about to present, although very short, is in relation to the next two amendments I'm going to move. Government Amendment JP 109 went part of the way to fixing the problem that this amendment was intended to correct. It does, however, make a false assumption that one box above the line is worth 2 below the line. It is actually worth 2.5 going off the 2013 federal election. This is why for half a Senate election I recommended a minimum of 15 rather than 12. I've also added provisions to allow for changes in the event of a double dissolution election, another oversight by those behind this rush bill. So let's get this right. I would hope that the Senate can see the common sense and support the logic behind the amendment. Yeah, that'll do. I can't read my own writing.
Minister.
Yeah, the government will not be supporting these amendments. They are in fact inconsistent with amendments that the Senate has already passed earlier during this debate. In these amendments, Senator Muir seeks to introduce optional preferential voting below the line with at least 15 boxes to be numbered, while removing savings provisions without replacing them with new savings provisions. There are also inconsistencies in these amendments with sheet 7878 and 7874, and this sheet may be superseded by either or both of them. The reason the government has decided to introduce optional preferential voting below the line with guidance to voters to number at least 12 boxes 1 to 12, responding to the relevant recommendation of the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters, is because a Senate group, which is entitled to have a box above the line, must have at least 2 candidates. To mark votes in at least 6 boxes above the line equates to marking at least 12 candidates below the line, and that is the reason why the government has chosen the number 12 for the number of boxes to be marked below the line.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. The opposition will not be supporting these amendments, although we do want to acknowledge, as I think other senators have and I have on other occasions, Senator Muir's efforts to engage with this legislation in good faith, unlike the Australian Greens. Senator Muir's amendments attempt to address some of the worst elements of the below-the-line optional preferential voting proposal cooked up between the Liberals and the Greens coalition. We congratulate Senator Muir on his efforts to respond to this disastrous legislation. However, Labor opposes optional preferential voting in principle, so we cannot support his amendments. Optional preferential voting can replicate first-past-the-post voting systems such as that utilised in the British House of Commons. First-past-the-post systems risk delivering crude winner-takes-all outcomes. They can mean the winning party is significantly overrepresented in the parliament, eroding accountability and scrutiny of the government of the day. Now, of course, I've said these things before, but Senator Rhiannon continues to argue that no alternative positions have ever been put in this discussion. So once again, although it takes the time of the committee at this disastrous hour, through this disastrous process, once again, because Senator Rhiannon is in denial, I need to cover it again. Now, the optional preferential voting proposal cooked up by the Liberal-Greens coalition is designed to maximise the number of senators elected by the major parties such as the Liberal Party and the established minor players such as the Greens political party and the Nick Xenophon team, thus the parties to this coalition. It is designed to exhaust preferences early, so independents and so-called micro-parties are deprived of votes. The goal is to prevent new players from entering the Senate. In fact, the government's been quite clear about their goals here, which will thereby entrench the electoral dominance of the existing players. Australia has long had full preferential voting for both the House and the Senate, and this has served our democracy well by allowing voters to express their preferences. I've reflected earlier about the discussion we had with Senator Cormann talking about whether voters should be forced to vote for all candidates. And despite what this proposal does in providing advice to voters, I think it was pretty clear from his comments the philosophical direction he was heading in. Labor supports compulsory voting and will always maintain that position. Labor wants to maintain the important aspects of the current system, and therefore we cannot support Senator Muir's amendments, which presuppose a system of optional preferential voting. Once again, however, I wish to acknowledge Senator Muir's efforts to engage with the legislation in good faith.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Rhiannon.
Thank you, Chair. The Greens will not be supporting these amendments. So just to comment on a couple of aspects of it. They do try to repeal the formal vote savings provisions below the line voting. The savings provisions are a very essential part of these reforms, and we need to retain them as they are set out. Also, with regard to some of the comments from Senator Collins, again, she is misrepresenting how this bill would work. It's not optional preferential voting that would result in a first-past-the-post system. There will be clear instructions. This has been set out and explained many times when Senator Collins has been in the chamber, and that is that voters will be required, and the instructions will be there on the ballot paper that they fill out, to fill out a minimum of 1 to 6 boxes above the line and 1 to 12 below the line. And this is where Labor have done such a disservice to the crossbenchers, to the debate overall, because 6 boxes have to be filled in. Now, there are not 6 major parties, so people filling them in will be voting for minor parties. We are directing preferences. The essence of the Senate voting reform legislation we are considering now will direct preferences to minor parties. People, even if they vote for Labor, Liberal, Nationals, there's 3 more boxes to fill in there. So Senator Collins, by saying this is a first-past-the-post system, is doing a huge disservice to the debate. And considering how often this is repeated, one has to think that it is intentional. So the amendments can't be supported, but it would also be useful if Senator Collins started to be accurate when she speaks on these matters.
Thank you, Senator Rhiannon. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Now, Chair, I have indeed been accurate. I've pointed out many occasions to date where, and in fact I've even gone to Hansard to highlight where Senator Rhiannon has inaccurately reflected even the JSCAN inquiry hearings. But when I hear her now, complete denial of the discussion we've had in this place about what will be lawful here. Absolute denial. Now, you have struck a deal that you can't
Through
justify.
the Chair, Senator Collins, if you would.
Sorry, you're right, Chair. At this hour I should be doing this through the Chair. The Greens, and particularly Senator Rhiannon, have struck a deal that they cannot justify. And for her to suggest that I am not being accurate in my characterisation of what has occurred here is laughable.
Thank you, Senator Collins. So the question is that Amendments 1 to 8 on sheet 7877, moved by Senator Muir, be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. Senator Muir, I invite you now to move Amendments 1 to 5 on sheet 7878 as revised.
Thank you, Chair. I move my amendments 1 to 5 on sheet 7878 as revised.
Do you seek leave for them to be considered together?
Yes, I seek leave for them to be considered
granted.
together.
Leave is granted, so you've moved them. Thank you. Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair. The government opposes these amendments. These amendments stipulate that in the event of a double dissolution election, voters must number 30 boxes below the line if more than 30 candidates for a state or at least 12 in the territory. These are inconsistent with amendments to below the line voting that the Senate has already passed, and as such the government does not support them.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. The opposition will not be supporting these amendments for pretty much the same reason with respect to the earlier set. As I've already outlined, the Labor Party opposes optional preferential voting in principle, and accordingly we can't support amendments that presuppose the existence of an optional preferential system, whilst acknowledging that Senator Muir is attempting to ameliorate what is pretty obviously the fix. We will maintain our principled position of not supporting optional preferential, an optional preferential system.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Rhiannon.
Thank you, Chair. we will not be supporting these. They do seek to increase the minimum number of boxes required in the ballot instructions. And you'd have to say that it does increase the burden on the voters wishing to vote below the line. And as we know, there's nothing stopping voters voting for more than the 12. There'll be instructions to vote for a minimum of 1 to 12, and they can fill out more. And again, another aspect of our concerns is that it would repeal the savings provisions that are essential. So we are not able to support these.
Thank you, Senator Rhiannon. So the question is then that amendments 1 to 5 on sheet 78 as revised be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. Senator Day, I invite you to move your amendments 1 and 3 on sheet 7862.
Thank you, Mr Chair. I move 1 and 3 on sheet 7862 by leave together.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. If you would move. Thank you, Senator Day. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Chair. This amendment removes the so-called savings provisions. If it's good enough for the lower house to insist that all boxes be ticked, then it's certainly good enough for the upper house. This is simply setting up the system for a just vote one campaign and will facilitate, which will be lawful. Thank you, Senator. It will be lawful, and this will not be a consequence. This will not be a consequence. The just vote one will not be a consequence. This is an objective. This is the aim. This is the plan all along, to have people who support minor parties just vote one, and their votes will exhaust and leave it up to the major parties. I would encourage senators to see through this cynical attempt to once again wipe out minor parties and independents from the political process.
Thank you, Senator Day. Minister.
Thank you, Chair. The government will be opposing these amendments as currently written. The first of these amendments would have the effect of removing the savings provisions for above-the-line voting by removing subsections 2691 and 1I of the bill. This would render any vote with less than 6 sequentially numbered boxes informal, and that is completely contrary to the intent that the government is pursuing with our reforms. We do believe it's important, of course, to support the franchise and to err on the side of counting as many votes as possible where the voter intent is clear.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I can't help but a wry smile at Senator Cormann's anticipation of the potential outcomes here, given the detailed study of such matters and their capacity to predict other things. It is amazing how easily you are confident on occasions, Minister, but going to the point of these amendments, the opposition will support Senator Day's amendments, which have the effect of preserving aspects of the current system of above-the-line voting and related vote savings provisions. Senator Day's amendments will help ameliorate some of the worst elements of the bill which is currently before the Senate. The bill currently before the Senate is a disastrous piece of public policy, to which both the government and the Greens, for what I suspect are quite different reasons, remain in denial about what will be lawful conduct. But if it does proceed, as I said, it will be the measure better if Senator Day's amendments are adopted, and accordingly Labor will support the amendments. And I'd like to, in line with my earlier comments regarding Senator Muir, like to thank Senator Day also for engaging in consideration of this legislation in good faith, in stark contrast to the denial and the sellouts that we've seen occur in this debate.
Thank you, Senator Collins. Senator Rhiannon.
The Greens will not be supporting this amendment. It's in essence overturning the removal of group voting tickets, and as we've discussed many times, that is an essential to be able to move forward with Senate voting reforms. To group voting tickets that drive the incentive for the funneling of votes, for the abuse of the system. They're not democratic, and again, how can you argue how can you argue against voters determining their preferences?
Thank you, Senator Rhiannon. So the question is that Amendments 1 and 3 on sheet 7862 be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. To the contrary, no. I believe the noes have it. The ayes have it. The division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Back in the ranks. I've always been back.
Lock the doors. These amendments will be put as two separate questions. The first question is that Amendments 1 and 3 on sheet 7862, moved by Senator Day, be agreed to. Those that the ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator McEwen. Yes, I did. I'm sorry. I hope I said 1 and 3. The ayes will move to the right of the... Oh, I think I've done that too. So I appoint Senator McEwen teller for the ayes and Senator Bushby teller for the noes. Order. There being 21 ayes and 35 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. The question now is that items 24 and 39 of Schedule 1 as amended be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against say no. No. I think the ayes have it. No, have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that items 24 and 39 of Schedule 1 as amended be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Bushby teller for the ayes and Senator McEwen teller for the noes. Order. There being 35 ayes and 21 noes, the question is resolved in the negative. Oh, yeah, sorry. It's resolved in the affirmative. Senator Rhiannon.
This amendment is really quite straightforward. It deals with the important issue of the commencement date for this legislation once it's passed. It identifies 1st of July 2016. There's been some debate about this previously when I've spoken on it. To just reiterate, we've had the clear advice from the Australian Electoral Commission that about 3 months is needed for to get the necessary software and the other plans in place to be able to take forward Senate voting reform in the Senate voting system in the way the reforms will outline. So the commencement date is there, 1st of July 2016. That's the essence of this amendment, and I would urge senators to support it.
Senator Rhiannon, you'll need to move it.
I move Green's amendment.
So you'll be seeking leave to move Australian Greens Amendment 2 and 3 on sheet 7882 together.
Thank you, Chair. I'm seeking leave to move Greens Amendments 2 and 3 together.
Leave's not granted to move them together, so if you just move...
Greens Amendment number 2.
Thank you, Senator Rhiannon. Minister?
Thank you very much, Chair. On behalf of the Government, I'm pleased to indicate that the Government will be supporting Greens Amendments 1, 2 and 3 on sheet 7882. These amendments change the commencement of the bill to only apply to elections with a polling day after 1 July 2016, but enables the Electoral Commission to begin preparatory work before that date if required. Amendments to this so the Government will be supporting these amendments from the Australian Greens. We understand that these amendments are being made to ensure that the Australian Electoral Commission has enough time to implement the measures contained in this bill, something that we support.
Senator Collins?
Thank you, Chair. The opposition will not support Senator Rhiannon and the Greens' cynical amendments. We've already covered the inadequacy of them to meet the purported purpose, but also there are other problems such as questionable legal effect, and in that respect I'm surprised that the Government is actually supporting these amendments. So let's run through those issues. The amendments purport to provide the new voting system established under this legislation can only apply to elections held after the 1st of July 2016. This appears to contradict the commencement provisions at Clause 2 of the bill, which provides that the provisions of the bill commence the day after royal assent. I can't recall seeing such an internal contradiction in relation to commencement in a bill such as this in the past. Internal inconsistency in legislation is one of the cardinal sins of legislation, but then we've already just seen that Senator Rhiannon even needs to be reminded to move her amendments, reinforcing the procedural points that I made earlier here. She doesn't know which amendment we're on, she doesn't know what the fix is, she's got these cynical amendments that she can't justify, and as I indicated, there's what at least appears to be, and maybe the Government can advise me differently from advice they themselves have received, but there does appear to be an internal inconsistency. But as we've seen throughout this process, Senator Rhiannon is not interested in the detail. All she is interested in is saving her own political skin. All Senator Rhiannon is interested in is engineering a double dissolution election which she sees as her main hope to being returned to the Senate. I need to remind the Senate of Senator Rhiannon's credibility, because even apart from her competence, the credibility issues that haven't been part of the debate here in recent times, I think, need to be remembered. Senator Rhiannon was so furious that her party had defied her edict regarding accepting corporate donations, that she penned a letter, a poison letter, attacking her own party for taking a $1.7 million donation, a record-breaking corporate donation from What If, and published it under a fake name. She had to fess up to that. And how she continues to continue through the huge gap in her credibility as a result of that is astounding.
Senator Di Natale.
I just draw the senator's attention to the amendment. I'm not sure what any of that's got to do with the amendment in question.
Your point of order is relevant, and I just remind senators to be relevant to the topic. And Senator Collins.
Thank you, because I am indeed being relevant to the topic, and I'll remind Senator Di Natale, because he may not have been listening at the time in the earlier discussion about commencement dates, because we've had several different commencement dates proposed during this process. So, of course, the first issue is, are these amendments competent? And we've reflected on other competency issues in the course of this debate, and I think it's quite relevant to make those points now. And then we move on to the issue of credibility, and that is an important consideration because, on the one hand, Senator Rhiannon says this will deliver the around 3 months that the AEC says they need. Well, we know from at least 2 or 3 occasions of reviewing the Hansard of the JSCM inquiry that that's a very generous description of what the AEC said. So no, credibility is a very important issue. But I want to remind Senator Di Natale, since he didn't seem to think credibility was such an issue, that Senator Rhiannon was so angry with Senator Di Natale when he changed the Greens' policy to support genetically modified organisms that she made a spiteful donation to an anti-GMA organisation called Gene Ethics so that they could campaign against her leader's announcement and campaign against her own party's policy. So much for the pretence of Greens unity that has been here. So much for that pretence.
Point of order, Senator Collins. Senator Seward.
Sorry, as I've pointed out in this place previously, the Greens have not changed our policy along the lines that Senator Collins is pointing out, and I have made that point a number of times.
That is a debating point, not a point of order. Senator Collins.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, Senator Seward might want to argue the accuracy of the Greens' current policy, but what she can't step away from was the petty act of retaliation from a petty, spiteful, selfish, political operator of a Stalinist background. We've seen it here. But don't take my word for it. Listen to Michael Kroger. He knows, because I've said earlier he met Senator Di Natale.
Senator Collins, resume your seat. Senator Seward.
Can I draw the senator's attention, or the chair's attention, to the point of tedious repetition, please?
I do remind contributors that there. No point of order. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. I understand why the Greens are edgy about some of these things. I know why they don't want us talking about Michael Kroger. I mean, that's pretty obvious, I think, to everyone here. But let's look at the point of Senator Rhiannon's amendment. She has tried to con her colleagues into thinking that this will prevent the government from going to a double dissolution election. That was the point, and in fact that was the actual origin of this amendment. And to see the Greens try and pretend otherwise is a joke. But in terms of the claims that this has been done to convince her colleagues that they will be protected from a double dissolution. If that is the case, then this has been even more deceitful than I would have given credit for. This will do nothing to stop the government from rushing to a double dissolution election. If anything, as Senator Wong has said, this gives the government the keys to one, the keys to a double dissolution election. And Senator Rhiannon knows this. The sad thing is that her colleagues did not seem to understand this. They take offence at suggestions of Stalinist tactics, but that is what seems to be occurring here. And as I said, don't take my word for it. Michael Kroger's got her pinned. She's the extreme, excessive element of the Greens party, according to him. And in terms of his descriptions of Senator Di Natale, of course, I've already said that he, in meeting him, saw all of his Christmases come at once. And of course it's in his own interests to try and fuel the working-class boy image. It suits Michael Kroger's interests to do that and to flame the ego and the vanity involved there. But Senator Rhiannon and the Stalinists in the New South Wales Greens know that she has—
Point of order. Senator Collins, resume your seat. Senator Rhiannon.
Thank you, Chair. I request that she withdraws the insulting comments of Stalinists. It's just obviously incorrect, puerile, childish, and it's not consistent with how this chamber should work.
Senator Rhiannon, Senator Collins, I would just suggest to you you've bordered on a couple of times of personal reflection in your contribution, and you're nearly strayed. So, Senator Wong.
Thank you, Chair, if I may. As Senator Rhiannon will recall, I was happy to withdraw a not dissimilar remark yesterday, I think it was. But I actually think Senator Collins was not referencing you, but was referencing your colleagues in the New South Wales Greens. I'm not sure. That may or may not be so. I'm just saying, in terms of the standing orders, the reference was not. I understood, and I might have misheard, was not in relation to you.
Senator Wong, there was no reflection on that occasion. It was Senator Rhiannon and the Stalinists. But in the earlier contribution, it was touch and go. So, Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair.
Point of order, Senator Rhiannon.
Like the remark was withdrawn yesterday, and it was requested that it be withdrawn. Why isn't that repeated?
As I understand it, Senator Rhiannon, it was connected to you yesterday, but it's in addition to you today. All right. So, and I have, as you've heard, cautioned Senator Collins. Okay, Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. And as Senator McDonald has just interjected, I'm happy to take that caution because Senator Wong was accurate in her understanding of what I said, so I'll repeat it. But at the same time, I'll also make the point that when we are dealing with what is in reality a green gag, because this is legislation by attrition, and Senator Rhiannon is the one who seems to be showing the greatest attrition. Her comprehension has now declined. I've talked about her procedural competence.
Senator Collins, point of order. I'll go to your leader, Senator Di Natale.
Look, we've been pretty relaxed about the debate tonight. We've let the insults be hurled thick and fast. But there is a line you don't cross. Senator Collins has just crossed that line and made what is a disgraceful attribution to Senator Rhiannon. Only a moment, Chair, after you asked her specifically to conduct this debate with a little more respect. So I would ask that Senator Collins withdraw that remark and start conducting this debate with a little more respect for her colleagues and indeed the institution.
Senator Collins, Senator Di Natale, I think you raise a valid point. Senator Collins, I would ask you to withdraw that last comment. I would ask you to withdraw.
Look, Chair, I will withdraw
Senator
the comment,
Collins,
whatever it is,
Senator
because I'm not
Collins,
sure exactly what it
Senator
is.
Collins.
So I withdraw whatever that comment is that the Greens have taken offence to.
Everybody in the chamber heard it. Everybody in the chamber heard it. Order! 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 Senator Collins and Senator Collins, have you withdrawn?
I did.
Okay.
Yes, I did withdraw. Now, I have to make a comparison, though, Chair, between comments yesterday where I think the interjection on Senator Wong was she was dense, and how my earlier reflection that this process was affecting senators' comprehension, and most particularly Senator Rhiannon's, is so offensive. It's just a reflection on what this process that the Greens and the government have cooked up is delivering in terms of the
Point
capacity
of order.
for
Senator
any
Collins,
individual to
resume your
function.
seat. Senator Di Natale.
Chair, I mean, you've asked her to withdraw those comments and she's just simply repeated them now. She's defying your ruling. She's done it on a number of occasions. She refuses to withdraw, and I ask you to enforce that ruling, Chair.
Senator Wong.
She did withdraw.
Senator Collins, I urge you, in the interests of getting through this business, to look at the level of personal reflection that you are attributing to the crossbenchers, and I'd encourage you to modify your tone and make your contribution. Just one moment. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, as Chair, you have some discretion, and the context of how these things are said makes a big difference, and I ask that you reflect on that, please.
I'm listening and I'm taking advice, and we'll see how we go from here. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Chair. Look, to facilitate the progress of these matters, even though I think some reflection when we've all had an opportunity to have some sleep on some of these matters might be important too. But to suggest that a senator participating can't reflect on this process and the attrition that's been involved and the effect on all senators, and particularly some— I mean, I made an alternative comment earlier, and certainly Senator Cormann didn't take offence when I highlighted the fact that he was the one who had been sitting in this chamber the longest, still seemed relatively fresh, because that's what his behaviour has demonstrated. How it could be unparliamentary to suggest an alternative scenario there only highlights the sensitivity of the Greens.
Point of order. Senator Collins, resume your seat. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Point of order on relevance, Chair. We are debating before the Chair and before the chamber an amendment. We're not debating on people's whether they're senile or not, or how much sleep they've had. Could you ask Senator Collins to address the issue before the Chair and do her job?
Order. Look, I understand that everybody's been up for a very long time, and I would order. Senator Collins. Senator Whish-Wilson. Senator Collins. Senator Collins, if you're going to ignore me, Senator McDonald.
Point of order I was going to make. Senator Collins is actually now debating your ruling, debating the ruling you've made, and I'd ask you to tell her, but you've already just done that, I might say. You preempted my point of order.
Now, Senator Collins, Senator Wong.
Thank you. Can I, on 7882, can I?
Are you seeking the call?
Yes, sorry, I thought we were moving.
Yeah, no. And I just encourage senators to make a contribution in their contributions.
I thought the point of order had been resolved.
No, the point of order has been resolved.
Thank you.
And
on 7882, and I would reiterate my contribution previously that it is really has been demonstrated by the debate thus far that the Greens have no answer to the question as to commencement date. And I won't reprise the entirety of my contribution from earlier this morning, where I pointed out that this legislation is what Mr Turnbull wants in order to hold a double dissolution. If he were to win a double dissolution, he can have a joint sitting, he can abolish the Clean Energy Finance Corporation, he can pass the Registered Organisations Bill, and presumably he may well be able to pass other anti-worker legislation such as the ABCC. And I put to the Greens earlier, when we moved an amendment that would have prevented a double dissolution being held under this legislation, with these voting arrangements applying, why they could not put a later commencement date to avert that possibility, that is the abolition of the Clean Energy Finance Corporation and the passage of anti-worker legislation. And senators may recall that the only answer Senator Rhiannon could give is, the AEC needs time, i.e. we want them to be able to hold the double dissolution that Mr Turnbull wants, and also a fair bit of attack on Labor and me and words like dysfunction and so forth. We maintain our deep concern about this. It is a real